This is just getting ridiculous. I need to get Streamlabs or something because Stream Elements has just. I'm tempted just to do that next time. This is just ridiculous. I need to get Streamlabs. I think that that's going to work out better for me. At least I hope it will. Streamlabs or something because Stream Elements has just. I'm tempted just to do that next time. This is just ridiculous. It crashes my streams, and now I'm hearing playback. There. Well, I guess that works. I'm hearing playback on the thing, and I didn't know what was going on, and then it crashed on me again. Shocker there, right? Oh my god, this is just so ridiculous. Is that Mater I see in the chat? Who's in the chat here? Anybody there? I hope so. Hello, guys. Hi, Mater. Hi, Spectre. Yeah, this is just getting completely out of control. I think I just need to go to Streamlabs. Anytime, so Stream Elements, OBS, both of them. I don't know which one. Probably both. I don't know. Magically decided to update. OBS did, which okay, I did an update on it the other day and it was fine. But for whatever reason, I don't know why, but when I went to connect the Stream Elements to OBS, it just nothing was coming up as being live, nothing. But also, it just so happens to be my luck that whenever I happen to schedule a stream ahead of time, it never works out. I don't know. I at some point when someone has enough time, they're gonna have to help me with that because it's getting ridiculous. Anyways, guys, I'm so sorry. Thank you for being patient with me. Hi, guys. Hi, Nintendo Mail. Ready for that SeaWorld review? Not today, sir. I'm so sorry. I got so aggravated. I owe Mr. Huck an apology. I kind of got angry. I didn't yell or anything, but I was close. I had to kick him out of the room. Oh my gosh. That's again, also probably why it was being silly, because it wouldn't go to live chat or anything. This is okay. Y'all are gonna help me figure this out. We're gonna get through this together. It looks like whole thing is just so silly. Let's see if it's showing on live. So yeah, okay, cool. Live chat or anything. Yeah, it's not done yet. It's in production. Oh, okay. Okay, well that's good. That's good. Hold on, you guys, real quick. Let me go apologize to Mr. Huck because I got a bit snippy with him a minute ago. Let me go apologize to him for a second. I'll be right back. Okay. He's in the other side of the basement. So where I stream is, and also where I work, I have a, for those of you who do not know, most of you probably do, I have a IRL job, and we work from home, or have been working from home now for 3 years, since the pandemic first started and all that. But I originally had everything upstairs on our kitchen table, and that's where I worked at for, oh, I don't know. I think I worked there, like I said, for about 3 years, and then eventually, I moved downstairs to our basement. And our basement, or in our laundry room type area, it has like a desk that we never used. We just used it to throw shit on, and just never and never used it for anything really, until Mr. Huck and I came up with the bright idea of be like, hey, why don't we use this as an office? So ta-da, it's now an office. So, and it's in the, like I said, it's in the basement. So so Mr. Huck is on the other side of the wall, and he can hear everything I'm saying. This wall's super thin, so he can hear everything I'm saying, and he's probably watching the stream right now. I hope he is anyway. So I had to go apologize to him and eat crow. Anyway. Hey, Nox. Hey, Battle Puppet. No, you have not missed a thing, because guess what? I just now got everything up and working. Stupid. Basements are usually haunted. Yeah, some of them are. True. Hi, Davita. Oh, my goodness. Anyway. Okay, we'll wait for a couple more people to get in here. Sorry, I'm eating a little bit too. Been a rough hour. Jesus. I had to uninstall OBS, reinstall it, and do all that. I think OBS had some type of, I don't know, had some type of update or something. I don't know. That I think caused this. And also, I've been having some issues with Stream Elements too. I need to either get that figured out or just move over to Streamlabs and just be done. Because I think I have Streamlabs set up, just not on this computer. So I'll have to, which I'm sure won't take long to do, and share that and see if that works out. K-Huck interview? Yeah, your interview went really good today, dude. That was really cool. For those of you who do not know, Knox had an interview today with our wonderful Minxie, over at Minxie One. She did it. She calls it an empty cup interview. It's something that she's done before. She's done it with a few other people. I know that she hasn't done one in a while because of one that she did that turned out, well, it wasn't her fault. The guy turned out to be not so great. So she hasn't done one in a while, and her first one, the revival of it, was today, and she interviewed Mr. Knox Archive in the chat. And it was very awesome. They talked about a lot of different things. I didn't get to listen to all of it. I think I was there for like the first at least hour and a half, 2 hours maybe. But they had a great talk. But they've known each other for a while, so it was just like friends talking, which was so cool too. That's amazing. But yeah, she asked them some really cool questions. They got into the history of Knox, and how he became the true crime captain that he is, and all that. Or I'm sorry, the judge that he is as he likes to call himself. So so yeah, that was really cool. Hopefully she can do more of those types of interviews. I'll put a link in the chat here. Let me find it. Give me a second. I'm gonna have to probably move you guys over here. I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure something out. Anyway, let me go to my talking screen. That might help. There you go. Alright, let me put a link in the chat here for it. Give me a second. You guys are gonna look up my face for a minute. So how was everybody's night? I meant to start this sooner. I appreciate you guys all coming out and being patient. Next time, I promise, if I get a chance, I'm going to look into what is causing this issue, because I know the people that I normally would ask, like Peepaw or DMAX, or other people that I know that have helped me before, they've all are busy with other stuff, so I have to figure it out and who I can reach out to. I'm sure that there's other people, but those were the people that I initially had asked about. So I'll warn you though, K Huck, you're going to be shocked. Shocked about what? Your video? Ghost hunting, true crime, theater, brat, fist fight, sports. Oh yeah, it was all the things. Nice. It was really good. Yes, you did roast Spectre twice. Yes, you did. Yes. Basements may be haunted, but a a Ghostbuster. Lord, honey. My night is cool so far. Cold outside right now. Yeah, I know. It's a little chilly here today. Or, not chilly, but it's colder tonight than it has been in a while. Don't get me wrong, it's nice, but. Doing good packing for a trip also. Oh, where are you going, Battle Puppet? And also coming from a very angry rich stream. Yes, I saw. Didn't. I saw part of that stream, Battle Puppet. Like, as I was trying to get things figured out, I was listening to him. Ooh, he was not a happy rich. Ooh, that was really bad. Let's see. We have a special on trapping and storage. Mr. Huck, quit! About the Blair stuff? Oh! Yeah, I've been. So, Nintendo Mail, excuse me, hold on, give me 1 second. Sorry, I was finishing chewing. Yeah, I've been keeping up a little bit here and there with the Illuminaughtii / Blair stuff. And it's it's been a doozy. So what I am thinking of doing, if it's possible, and again, I will base it off of what you guys think to a certain degree, but this is what I was thinking earlier. I know that a lot of you have uh been keeping up that are in the chat right now. I know that a lot of you have been watching the different streamers that have been covering this story. Since Monday, almost every single streamer that I've been watching, that I keep up with and that I know, has been watching this video that I was looking into, or that I've been watching off and on too. A lot of people have been reacting to this particular video, right? And I'm thinking, if you guys want to, those of you who know which one I'm talking about, we can watch the swoop video, which is the one that she just released about 2-3 days ago. That's the one that everyone has been giving their thoughts and opinions on, or most of them anyway. Or we can go into more of a deep dive into, like, how this kind of started, and how she came to, like, some of the other videos that have came out before this one, and then we can end with Swoop's video at the end, if we decide to make this into, like, a little mini series, if you will. Again, up to you. So if you guys just want to start with one of the first videos about this that broke, we can do that tonight, or we can just go straight into the Swoop video and just be done. It's totally up to you. So let me, you know what? I'm going to start a poll. Give me a second. Okay, so I put a poll in the chat. Should we just watch the Swoop video, or should we watch the other videos that have came out too? You guys let me know. Because if you guys just want to watch a Swoop video, I'm totally okay with that. That's totally fine. That was my original plan anyway. But I was also thinking, well, maybe we can do, because I know that everybody has been watching those too, and I wasn't sure how sick of it you guys were, or if any of you have really been keeping up with it. So that's why I hope you guys aren't sick of that, because that video was good. That video was really, really good. But again, you guys let me know. Okay? I have Nintendo Mails vote. Which again, like I said, totally fine. Either way, I don't care. Because this video, on that Swoop, I think is like a little over 2 hours. Battle Puppet, you know nothing? Okay. Knox, did you say you're. Oh, you did say that. You are investigating her? Ooh, can I get in on that with you? Or do you want to do that by yourself? I would love to work with you on that if I could. This lady got me all sorts of fired up the other night. Well, she's been. So, before we look at the poll here, I'll look at it here in just a second. Oh shoot, I was supposed to. Hold on, give me a second. I was supposed to post that dang link. The ADD went all over the place. Hold on. Hold on, give me a second. Okay, so this is the link for the interview that Knox did with Minxie. Go check that out if you can, or subscribe to Miss Minxie. Miss Minxie is awesome. We love Minxie over here. Um, let's see. Sure, but I am mostly sticking to sources I can find on YouTube till after Monday. Okay, all right. Well, hit me up and let me know. Actually, yeah, we'll talk more about it, Knox. Let's talk more later. We'll talk more. I know only bits and pieces of Illuminaughtii, not everything, unfortunately. Okay, you know what? I'm waiting for this poll to end. Let me see what the poll is. Oh, so a lot of you do want to do a deep dive into her. Okay, all right, okay, but do we still want to watch a Swoop video, or do we want to go with the other videos? Because I think. Okay, never mind. Hold on. Alright, I'll give that another minute or two. We'll see how it goes. Hello, Miss Horror. Thank you. How was your stream tonight? Did you throw a controller? I hope not. I'm sorry I missed it. I was with Baby Huck had a special Ninja Warrior class that she started tonight that I wanted to go to and see her do. Did you throw a controller? I hope not. Although I wouldn't have blamed you if you did. That game was hard. Oh my goodness. Am I in top chat? Gosh dang it! Thank you. Failing me, man. So. No, but she almost quit. Well, you know what? I wouldn't have blamed her if she did. I fell asleep before I could watch any live streams. Okay, so most of you, okay, from what it looks like, most of you probably have not seen any of this, is what I'm assuming, right? Old man syndrome, I need naps. I know that's right, Knox. So do I. But for other reasons. I am old, but well, okay. Not to be insulting. I am not as old as you, but I'm not that far behind. So, I'll just leave it at that. Alright. So, while you guys are looking at my mug here, give me a second. Let me go look at some other stuff here. See what the best video is. There is so much on this woman, it's not even funny. Like, legit. She is just nuts. This whole thing is just crazy. We can do, excuse me. We can do Wonder's video, too. Wonder's video is really good. There are so many different videos on this woman, it's not even funny. Whoa. I need naps every once in a while. Making videos makes me sleep wonky. I might as well just get my walker and adult diapers. Yeah, that's how I feel sometimes too, dude. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Okay. Alright, let's see what this pulse is. Alright, cool. Okay, so looks like that you guys want to go ahead and do more of a deep dive. Okay. Alright. So let's find something here. Okay, so I will say this: there's like I said, there's a whole bunch of different videos that have been produced about her since the whole drama started. Basically, in a nutshell, she's a YouTuber who has been on the platform now for quite some time. This is the basic TLDR that I'm gonna give you guys right now, right? She also used to be part of the Shot from the Point crew. If you guys don't know who Shot from the Point is, that's Tommy C. And a bunch of other people that were also on that also worked with Tommy C. From that group. One of them is Matt Pitt, who is still on that show. There's a couple of other people. Verse, I believe, is still on there on occasion. There's a whole bunch of other people on that show, right? For those of you who know who Verse is, or obviously we all know who Matt Pitt is to a certain degree. I believe Core from Now Recording was part of that group as well too for a time. So there's a whole bunch of people that have been working with Tommy C now for quite a while, and Illuminaughtii was one of them. Her real name is Blair, and the balls this woman has, is incredible. She has been apparently in the background now, trying to manipulate her way to the top, trying to get other people. She's been sending cease and desist letters to the other creators that she used to work with to stop talking about her and to just put an end to it. She's trying to use intimidation tactics against them. So it's it's a whole huge thing, right? And there's a whole history with this woman. So, one of the first videos, shortly after, well, I should say this too, I'm sorry. So, this whole thing started by her posting a tweet about Legal Eagle, a actual lawyer and who has also has a YouTube channel. She attacked him or them, the entire Legal Eagle people, um, about about copywriting her stuff, right? Because they used the same format as what she did, or something. It was so flippin' stupid. All of this started over a tweet that she made, right? If I can find it, it's in one of the, it should be in one of the videos here, but you'll see it here in a second. That's how this whole thing started. That's how this whole thing has snowballed, was because of that. And everything has been coming out ever since. Matt joined in 2021. This is around 2019. Yes, thank you, Squatchin. Hi, Squatchin. Thank you. I keep forgetting where you know most of the FTP grew and all that in the lore. I keep forgetting that. So if I need any help with that, you let me know. I know you would anyway, but I legitly... So I watch Tommy on occasion when I can. I like Tommy. I think Tommy is really cool. He has a very brash, and I use that term loosely, personality. I don't think... Some people think that he is. I don't think that he is. He's very loud. You know, all the whole huge bit. But you know what? I love Tommy, though. Tommy has had a hell of a year so far, and I feel for him. So, it's been a crazy, crazy few months for Tommy, too. And on top of that, he has also worked with Blair and Blair's, or Illuminaughtii, however you guys want to say her name, whichever one. She screwed him over big time. It's a whole huge thing, right? That's been going on now, off and on, for... Squatchin said around 2019. So what, 4 years now? Right? So it's just insane, the stuff that she's been trying to get away with and that she's been doing. Hello, Miss Top Tomato. It's crazy. It's crazy what she is doing. And she hasn't came out with anything as of yet that we know of publicly, besides her stupid ass apology video that she made, which was ridiculous. That came out a couple weeks ago. But and she's also been, you know, doing other, I'm sure, you know, we've been hearing anyway, that she's been doing this cease and desist stuff to the other creators within her group of people that she worked with. But one of them was this guy. His name is Wonderstruck. Wonderstruck is one of them. This was the first video that came out about 4 weeks ago that I know of, and if anybody knows any differently, please tell me. But we'll go ahead and watch this one. This one is with Wonder. And it's... or Oz, excuse me. Yeah, this one's a bit of a doozy too. So, put one in the chat if you're ready. My girl Purple, what's up, girl? All of my favorite people are here. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Another late night stream for me, huh? Unintentionally. Put a one in the chat if we are ready to go, yo. You're always ready? Be like SpongeBob. I'm ready. I'm ready. Okay, I'm done. Alright, cool. Alrighty. Okay. So...
Week. I won't try to show face or sugarcoat.
Okay, hold on. So, let's. Okay, I'm gonna put you guys over. You know what? Put you guys right there for now. Let me go to over here. There we go. There we go. Give me a second. Put you guys down here for now. Alright. There we go. Okay. Alright. So he has this disclaimer right here first. That is, as it says, disclaimer. My video quality is rather scuffed as I have only ever used a face camera twice. This was filmed at 4 a.m. I am exhausted and I do not intend to re-record. So, yeah. There's that whole bit, right? So, alrighty. Okay. Let's get started. Alright, here we go.
Hello, my name is Wonder, as I'm sure many of you know by now. Whether you've known me in the past for my content or a friend or neither, you're probably here to watch and hear the other side of a story involving me and my former colleagues that came out this week. I won't try to show face or sugarcoat anything in this video, as that would honestly be a disservice to myself. As you can already tell, my eyes are very much drifting off the screen. That is because I have put together a script so I can kind of keep my thoughts in line. It's not to say I don't feel genuine about any of this, it's just I need these kind of things to keep my brain from being erratic and going anywhere. So if it looks kind of odd and like I'm looking away, that's the reason why. This type of stuff makes me highly uncomfortable, but it is something that needs to be said. A couple days ago, a creator, a former friend, and an employer named by Blair, aka Illuminaughtii, made a video discussing a few controversial topics she'd been the spotlight of. After discussing her first two controversies in her video, she moved on towards another topic, a group channel by the name of Sad Milk, accusations against a former member, and lastly, me. And as you may have noticed, I take up a fairly lengthy portion of her video. Now, I would like to say that the beginning of the Sad Milk discussion does begin with a former member known by The Click who came forward to
Oh, sorry. So for those of you who do not know, this guy right here is the one that he has pulled up. This is The Click. Okay. For those of you who know him, he also worked with Blair on the Sad Milk project, and he also made a video too about her in response to all of this. Now, I want to say that just for reference, that I do believe that he that The Click came out with his video first. But in terms of like order of things with this, I don't think that it really matters. I think that either one works, to be honest, because both of these videos came out like relatively close to each other. But I just think that the click beat Wonder by like maybe a couple days, if I remember correctly. So, but yeah, The Click came out with his, and girls have been thirsting, or women have been thirsting over The Click, let me tell you. Not just by the way that he looks, by the way that he sounds, and the way that he talks. He's a very handsome man, don't get me wrong, but I don't get it. Like, I don't get it at all, right? I don't understand. I mean, I get the appeal behind him, right? I do. Like, he's a good looking man. He sounds great. I get the appeal behind him, but I just don't understand, like, why women are like, oh my God, over him. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand. So what I'm thinking that we can do is that we can obviously finish this, but then at some point, probably on the next stream, we can watch Click's video, and then we can go from there. So, hello, Mr. Pigeon. All right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, I get it, but it's yeah, he's not my cup of tea. I prefer nerds. Sorry. Not saying that he isn't, but it's just yeah, no, I can't. I don't get just like how please don't yell at me or come at me. I don't get like the whole appeal with like Jason Momoa. I just don't. I don't get it. Yes, Jason Momoa is a good looking dude. Don't get me wrong, but he's not like, oh my god. Yeah, I don't. I don't. It's very seems like a very cool dude. Don't get me wrong, but I don't get it. Don't come at me for it. I don't. Any of you ladies who like Jason, okay? Don't come at me. I just yeah. Anyway, all right. Let us continue, please.
Express his experiences with Blair and how he did not want to associate with her. Upon seeing a former member come forward, I felt the strong emotional urge to speak out on my experiences with Blair. I had kept quiet for 2 years out of fear and NDA threats, but seeing Click come forward and kind of stick his foot in that pool and that fear allowed me the emotional strength I needed to come forward with a story of my own. I'll have my thread up on the screen here, but as you can tell, I was initially pretty emotional. You can also find a follow-up twit longer after she had made her video in the description, as well as a Google Drive where I'll be providing my evidence as presented in the video. Brought a lot of pain front and center. One thing you might notice in my thread, and that Blair rightfully points out, is that a large portion of my thread is in fact anecdotal, aside from the one image I shared of her living conditions. A photo in which she claims I took myself in a room that was strictly off limits due to it being for unpacking. A room in which I actually never set foot in once, and an image that was sent to me showing the living conditions of the house that she was subjecting my friend to. There will be more on that later in the video. So yes, I did not provide receipts to back my claim. This is not by accident or an attempt to tell lies about my story. My first reason was so Blair couldn't pick apart my records and falsify the truth. The second reason is due to some of the information regarding the car and my employment and its repossession. Some of that information is part of a pending legal matter, and I did not want it to become front and center online. But since Blair has made this information known, I will be providing receipts for that topic as well. So while initially I was anecdotal, today I'm going to show you every receipt I have that not only combats, disproves, or proves my claims, but also debunks her narrative that my friend, Oz Media, has been supporting her throughout this. I'd like to note that in Blair's video, she does not show or touch base on the majority of Oz Media's Twitter thread, unlike the Click, One Topic, and I. I'd like to keep these screenshots up for a moment for you to read at your own discretion. There will also be a link to it down below. I believe when you want people to know the truth and form opinions.
Look at all that, really? So let's go back and read those, right? Hold on.
Twitter thread, unlike the Click, One Topic, and I. I'd like to keep these.
Okay. So this is from Oz Media, right? And this is what he put in here. I think it's time. This was from April 24th, 2023. I think it's time that I actually speak out on the current Twitter threads regarding sad milk in 2020 to 2021. I cannot express how scared I am to do this, the fear I have in my gut to even speak out. However, I do feel it's important to say my piece on this subject matter.
Screenshots up for a
The whole project was a mess from start to finish. I really wish I didn't need to do this, but with the flurry of DMs I've been getting, I don't have a choice but to speak out. Blair, I'm sorry, but you have hurt me. I need to speak without being told by you, oh, I'm just a villain. I'm always in the wrong. You'll notice that that's a pattern with her, allegedly. Or something along those lines. Words I have heard from you consistently. I want to be heard for once. I need to clear my mind and conscience after holding this in for 2 years. Forgive me, but it's what needs to be done. When looking at the whole of the project, it was mostly controlled and run by Blair. Her main worry was that because of her, in her words, lack of personality, she felt as though her contribution to Sad Milk needed to be the managerial bureaucracy behind the scenes to justify her presence. So everything was Sad Milk. Sad Milk was I don't know if it was another YouTube channel. Maybe Squatchin can tell me. I'm not sure if it was another YouTube channel or if it was something else entirely. But Sad Milk was a project that Blair did, or that Illuminaughtii did, with Wonder, as you're going to see, Oz, and the Click. And a few other people in between that have also came out of the woodwork too, right? To a certain degree, or probably will. And she wanted to run the entire thing from top to bottom. Okay, but she also wanted them to help her, right? What sense does that make? I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but yeah.
A moment for you to read at your own discretion. There will also
Oh, hold on. Back up.
be a link to it down below. I believe when you want people to know the truth and form opinions of either side, you should come forward with both stories. It's why I don't harbor any hatred or resentment towards anyone who holds a negative opinion of me after watching a video.
Yeah.
I've been there. I've done that.
Those were all the tweets that were done that came out in April about this. It was a lot. It was a lot. Yeah, they had their own independent channel for it. Okay, that's what I thought. But again, I wasn't sure exactly. That's what it was alluding to. But again, because I've only, to be honest, I kind of have looked into this a little bit on my own, and I've been also following other creators that have been following this a little bit more than I have been, a little bit longer. So I thought that it was an independent channel, but somehow I missed that part. So, all right, let's continue.
We all have probably done that once or twice on the internet. It's literally the internet. And even after this, if you don't like me or agree with me, I have a personal bias, obviously, because it involves me, but I'll respect your opinion nonetheless. But before I say anything, I'd like to state a few things. Something else that I believe is very important. Whether you hate someone or not, to bring up someone's personal mental health as an arguing point is quite frankly a low blow. And it's not your story to tell. If anyone's going to explain my mental health, it is personally going to be me. You can argue I was doing the same when I revealed the state of her home, but I'd like to note that Blair has a dog named Casper that suffers from a disease known as pica. Blair has mentioned on numerous times that she takes care of it.
Look at that baby. Look at that baby boy. Look at him. Is he wearing a tie? Oh my gosh. That's so cute. Look at that little puppers.
A special needs dog. I'll have the definition here on the screen, but essentially it's a
This problem called, I've never heard this before, is defined as the persistent chewing and consumption of non-nutritional substances that provide no physical benefit to the animal. Wow. Oh boy. Uh-oh.
It's a disorder where a dog grows anxious at times and eats random objects. This is not a safe environment for a dog to live in. Before I speak further, I'd like to provide a trigger warning involving the topics of pedophilia and harms towards children. If you're not comfortable, you may click off or head to the timestamp provided on screen. I will not be going in depth on the allegations against Click. Click has made a very thorough video which you can find in the description below if you'd like to watch, where he disproves these rather disgusting claims made towards him. But a personal question I would like to ask. If Blair had the information and documented evidence on a Discord server that, as she depicted, cultivated files, and truly believe this, why did she wait 3 years to come forward?
Exactly. Exactly. She accused the Click of harboring pedophiles, if you will, I guess is the best way to put it, in her Discord, but yet, or in her Discord, I believe, and him knowing about it, right? And had known about it for years, right? If she really felt that that was the case, and if she really felt that strongly about it, why didn't she say something sooner? Why is there no evidence of this? Why? You know, like, how the things that, the garbage that has spewed, allegedly, out of this woman's mouth is insane. It's insane. PDF files. Oh, yeah, that's true. But just, I don't. Since this.
Why did she allow the click on Sadmilk or play games with him in the free time? Why did she put a link for help for anyone affected by such actions of child grooming, yet didn't use her platform to speak up on a server and creator that is active to this day? If she were to argue a fear of retaliation, what is the reason? She makes content bringing light to the horrors of companies pretty much every week. Arguably, if she knew this was ongoing, knew the extent, and then said nothing, she would have arguably by proxy been responsible for any further victims in such a server. One more subject I'd like to touch base on is the call that took place between Blair, OT, and the Click, and a Reddit post that I made following their departure. I was indeed present for this call. This was a meeting designed to iron out the differences and tension in Sadmilk, as not only did our audience deserve it, but we as friends deserve it to ensure our friendship lasted. During this call, Blair began to become highly irritable and raise tensions where they did not need to be raised. I'd like to clarify.
At Milkman, just making it a ping here before I head off to Bedlands. I think we need to have another meeting in the very near future. There was quite a lot of stray opinions within the group, and I don't think our current communication is really addressing it. Today's recording was a small example of that, how different our expectations and assumptions are. The stuff I think we need to thoroughly talk through off the top of my head: what videos we want to soft transition into in the long run, how materials should be collected or distributed for videos, the vibe in recordings. It has felt very forced and unpleasant lately. Today's recording, we did spontaneous one super well. There is definitely hope, and I want us to find our way back to that feeling. There's probably more stuff people are thinking of, but I think this is something we are all feeling. Whew.
Clarify that OT did not speak over her out of disrespect, but out of a minor Discord delay, to which she said, and I quote, "Shut the f*** up and let me talk for once." I remember it clearly. It was very nasty, and it was the first fatal blow to Sadmilk and the events that transpired and led up to today. OT, rightfully, left the call without a word at this point. Click, however, tried to remain on the call and mitigate.
Okay, so this is pre-meeting. I usually make a deal of talking to everyone in teams I'm a part of to get a good understanding of the general thoughts. Much easier than going directly at it in meetings. Everyone is uneasy with how it works at the moment and worried about the future of the channel. The recordings are not fun, the vibe is agitated, and communication is almost non-existent. I'm not going to probably read everything, but I just wanted to read this. This is not to put blame on anyone. This is just classic team dynamics, but we need to solve it together. For example, I'm low-key ashamed to admit it because I didn't do it on purpose. But when I realized I missed that recording a few days ago, I was glad. Because the last one had been so unpleasant to me that I just wanted to bail and take a break. Oh, wow. Oh. They both lived in different time zones because the Click is Swedish. Yes. He didn't know a thing about this until it was dealt with by competent mods. Why wouldn't she call him out sooner if she cared? Exactly, Pidgey. Exactly. Exactly. I know. She's pretty much attacking the victim. That is a common thing for people who prey on others. Yep, 100%. She doesn't know how to treat people. Yep. Now, okay, let me just say this. If I ever get to that point, and I've said this before, okay? If I ever get to that point to where I tell anybody that happens to still be in my Discord, you know, or in my Discord now, or in the future, any other people that come up, or if I decide to, like I said, possibly collab with like Nox or other creators in the near future on certain topics, right? If I ever get to the point to where I feel like I'm too big for my britches and I get called out like that, I would hope that I would have the brain power and the will to just be like, oh crap, okay, I need to go check myself, right? But she doesn't. For whatever reason, she has this mindset that she can just do whatever the hell she wants without any repercussions whatsoever. You know, it's ridiculous. Like, okay, a great example of like, exactly, her server is no different. Yeah, 100%. You know, if I were, like, for example, right, when I did and I don't mean to keep bringing this up, but I have a valid point with it, right? When I collabed on the broadcast, right? When I did my audition with the broadcast, okay? Can you imagine me getting away with telling Xylee, Mystic, and Eva at the time, if they kept interrupting me or talking over me, to tell them to shut the fuck up? Can you imagine me doing that? And having the gall to do that? Like, that's exactly what she did. That's exactly what she did. You know? It's not... It's... It's... I wouldn't even stand a chance had I done anything like that, right? That's such disrespect. That's such disrespect. Like, I can't... It's... Or anybody doing that. Exactly. Xylee would have eaten me up alive. Exactly. Mystic would have too, and so would have Eva, and they would have had every right to do so. It's, or, like, it's just so stupid, man. Xylee would chew you out if you had the audacity to do something like that, but luckily you have common sense unlike Blair. Thank you. It's just... Oh my god, it's just so nuts.
Mitigate his intentions were for the betterment of the group, but Blair kept berating him. I have never heard Click, a very extroverted and talkative man, remain so quiet. I know I'm trying to read this off a script, but if I only had one way to describe this call, it was a very dark call. OT departed in the following days. After this, Click departed from Sadmoke as well. Audience members grew confused about this, so she took to Reddit to falsify a narrative which you can read on screen. I joined in as well on this. I explained how those who departed did not help us in numerous ways, and that it all fell onto us. I'd like to point out that I directly lied on this post. Click, One Topic, and the others did in fact assist in Sadmoke greatly, but they were growing increasingly frustrated and burnt out as what had started as a fun project of friends had turned into a content farm. We were trying to cram recordings in, take time out of our lives, and make content we didn't enjoy at this point. But where this reached its climax of enough is enough was when members would take time out of their day to show up to recordings upon their own busy channels and lives, only to find video and audio recordings of entire Sadmoke episodes had been deleted due to quote-unquote not being good enough.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. She did the same thing to a certain degree with Tommy C. For those of you who do not know what happened with Tommy C, she had a difference of opinion about some jokes that were being made about another SFTP member named Rico. Apparently, a lot of the people... There were fat jokes being made about him, essentially, or something to that effect. Well, I guess she took a really liking, if you will, to Rico, or whatever attachment that she had with him. Maybe Squadron can clarify that for me if she knows. And right before she left, she sent Tommy an email saying that she was going to leave and that they were going to part ways and she was going to go do her own thing, essentially. Not in those exact words, but that's pretty much the gist of it, right? The next thing Tommy knows, Tommy had an inkling to check some videos that she did that for him and things of that. She deleted all of them. Deleted all of them. All of them. Like, how? And you know what's even more weird? Or what's even... And I can't necessarily blame Tommy for this, but you know what? That I know of, Tommy never retaliated. Tommy never did anything back to her. He said something about it, I'm sure, behind the scenes, but he never dealt with it publicly. I don't think, truthfully, and maybe, again, Squatcha, maybe you can tell me, or for those of you who might know a little bit better, that I know of, Tommy has never said anything about this until just recently. When all of this came out. He may, again, you gotta remember, I haven't been in this community for very, very long. So I'm still kind of catching up with the lore of everything. But if he said, did Tommy ever say this or made this public before that she did this? Correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, please tell me. Vault made the joke 16. Yes, that's it. Yes, thank you, Squatchin. Yes. 16-year-old and Blair demanded that Tommy remove him. Yes, I remember. Yes, that too. That too. She sounds like a snowflake with too much power. She pretty much. He has mentioned it occasionally. Okay, well, I guess the full story behind it. Okay. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, like that is the audacity. That's what I'm saying. That's what I said in the beginning of this. Like, how she had the audacity to do what she did. It's crazy, guys. Crazy. Hi, Kangalop. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Oh, Inspector, I did see your comment about tweeting this out. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sorry I meant to say something to you before, but I totally forgot until just now. Thank you, thank you. Everyone tweet this out, like the stream, please. I appreciate it. She turned her channel into an MLM, so to speak, using people to pump out as much content as they can in a week to make money. Jeez. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy. Alrighty. Let us continue.
I believe this context is needed and sheds much needed light on a post I made out of malice towards my former colleagues. I believed Blair had my best interest at heart and was being thorough with me. I have since been proven that this was far from the case. It's time we set the record straight on the matter. As stated before, my name is Wonder, and this is my response to Blair's Illuminaughtii Exposed. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate you taking the time to hear both sides of the story. In Blair's video, she mentions how she bore the brunt of a lot of the behind-the-scenes works to Sad Milk due to nobody stepping up to the plate to support her. One specific issue she brought to the table in particular was late payments on behalf of the contracted talent of Sad Milk. As I have seen other milkmen and their bank statements, I'd like to focus on her allegations directed towards me in regards to delayed payments. Here is the precise quote referenced.
And I also got stuck footing the bill too. What quickly transpired was that members either couldn't or wouldn't reimburse me for the editors.
I'd like to state that this quote is both chronologically and directly false, and it paints me as a rather greedy and avoidant person, which is not who I am. As I stated in my Twitlonger, which once more you can find in the description, in my span of Sad Milk, I edited roughly 3 to 5 Sad Milk videos. Sad Milk was a channel that lasted almost over a year. I was not an active editor, so to say I paid editors via my own edits is inaccurate. I did not become an editor to cover my share of the joint editing fees. During the time in which Sad Milk became a project, I was living paycheck to paycheck in my first apartment. I was barely 19 and food was pretty much an every other day kind of deal. I'm sure anyone who has had an apartment or been young or on their feet working 2 jobs, you know this life, you know this story. It's been said and done a million times. And yet I always paid my share. I put Sad Milk above my...
That's just crazy and so sad too. Like, how can you... Listen, I am very, very lucky in the sense that I do have an IRL job, right? But I do this streaming on the side. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I'm extremely, extremely lucky to have this channel and to be able to do what I'm doing right now, right? And like I said, if I ever get to the point to where I get too big for my britches, I'm sure y'all will tell me. But to only have this, to have streaming or whatever it is, making videos, making some type of content, to be your only source of income, if you will, or not even an income, and having to rely on other people or your job to help pay the bills and stuff like that, and then you're being pressured to do this and having something like that jammed down your throat, like if you don't make this content, you're gonna be in big time shit. It's like, who wants to work like that, dude? It's no one does. No one, and it just boggles my mind, man. I feel so bad for them. I'm so happy that they're out of this. I really am. She kind of said it in her video, contracting people and paying them, so she made a content farm. Seems like more like an MLM. Exactly. Exactly. Yep. It's allegedly. You gotta put allegedly in there. Allegedly. Gotta make sure we use that term. Allegedly. It's just so sad. All of it is so sad. So happy that they're out of there and they actually spoke up.
My own health because I truly believed in the project. How I came to even edit a single Sad Milk video was when I was in a Discord call with the Sad Milk members, and while we were all chatting, having a good time, I, in my free time, edited a small little demo using all of our sprites.
Everyone, welcome to Sad Milk.
Download today. Oh, sorry.
No!
Welcome to Sad Milk.
Wow.
I was then offered, hey, if you want to edit a video, we'd be happy to pay you. I was such a new creator and I was so new to contract work itself that I personally thought $20 was fair pay for my work after my initial payment that I asked for was Burger King because I just wanted dinner. Obviously, I was compensated more than that for that video. After about 3 months in, Sad Milk became profitable though. So while yes, Blair did pay for edits, she was always reimbursed for this. As you can see stated on the screen, you will find bank statements I made directly to Sad Milk during its
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That's insane. That is just crazy. Battle is allegedly a puppet. Spectre allegedly likes feet. Yeah, exactly. Allegedly Nox is a fox. In Minecraft. Oh, too funny. But it's true. We have to say allegedly nowadays, because otherwise we're gonna be in trouble.
infancy. Blair's response to this and her closing thoughts on Sad Milk are quoted as,
By the way, guys, did you guys notice his microphone sticker? Did you see his microphone sticker? Look at that. I'm sorry, that was funny. I when I first watched this video, that's one of the first things I noticed, and I'm like, oh lord. His microphone sticker's funny. Okay, I'm sorry.
the following.
To all of the members of Sad Milk, I just want to say that I'm very sorry that I caused you stress throughout this project.
I'd ask that you remember this quote as I believe, through my own biased lens, that this apology contradicts itself several times throughout this video. But with that, we wrap up the mention of Sad Milk and we now move on to the mention of me, Wonder.
The sticker on his microphone is Homer Simpson, like, painted over and making a funny face. Hot tomato. Yeah, that's Homer Simpson, like, painted weird, and he's making a donut face, I think. The face that he makes when he wants donuts.
A very convenient series of videos resurfaced with him saying some not so savory things after he left Sad Milk. I was actually unaware of those videos at the time of our friendship, but had I.
Let's see, what did she say here? This is...
I've been aware of them.
Hold on. So this was in 2020, it looks like. I would actually like to clear this up. The only thing the Milkmen did, any of them as a whole, was show up to recording that I had to create a schedule for, say funny words, and then upload their audio in a drive that I manage. I did all post collection. I managed a channel and its upload, schedules, and meetings. The thumbnails, the ideas for videos, all of Sad Milk's finances, taxes, paying all the freelancers, managing the Discord server. Jesus Christ. And its social media. I want to make it perfectly clear that the most of any of the milkmen had to spend on sad milk was 2.5 hours a week. I spent closer to 30. Wow. I did not want the work I did and continue to do belittled by a false narrative. I do that in addition to doing it with 5 other channels. In college for my master's degree, caring for a chronically sick special needs puppy who has my whole heart, 3 merch shops, and a soap business. I asked for help, and the only people that stepped up to that plate were Damien, Ozmedia, and Wonderstruck. When I said I needed help, that is what started the fight. And I got left out in the cold by those 3. They left in the middle of the night, and I woke up to not even a DM, but a message in the Milkman chat of them leaving. What they did to me and the channel was cruel. I am not friends with them. Click saying the N-word, R-slur, and F-slur had nothing to do with why they left, and if I had seen these videos sooner, it most certainly would have been a reason. That is disgusting, and I am no longer friends. Oh my god. Oh my god. If it's on you if you can't delegate. The court rules self-inflicted. Exactly, Squatchin! Exactly. Exactly. Like, why would you do that to yourself? Why? Like, if you have, it's... Listen. Listen. I know, to a certain degree, I will fully and freely admit that when it comes to certain parts of my job or certain parts at home, I will admit that I do like to take control of it because I don't want other people doing what I know how to do, right? I'm a bit of a control freak in that sense, okay? I will fully and freely admit it, right? Like, if Mr. Huck wants to help me with the dishes, but I'm in the middle of doing them and I'm on a roll, then I'll just tell him to leave or whatever the case may be, right? It happens. There's certain aspects of my job that I'm the same way with that, right? You know, it just depends on what it is. I try to get better with it only because I know that I can't do everything myself, right? I have to have help in certain aspects. And if I've gotten better about letting go of that grip, if you will, you know. Sometimes am I pretty bad about it? Yeah, I'll admit. But overall, I think that I've gotten a lot better with it. And I'm sure that there's other aspects in y'all's life that you guys do that with too and don't even know it. Or realize it until, you know, whenever. But it just... She's crazy. Big ass bitch Tommy and Nick daddled that we use those slurs too. Yeah, that she used those slurs too. Yeah. I bet she did. Allegedly. Oh, man.
That friendship would have likely ended sooner. When those videos surfaced, it wasn't really all that shocking to me, as Ozmedia and I had actually talked about how Click had been using the R-slur while we played games together.
Now, I feel the best way to do this would be to start with some quotes, and I'll shed light on my thoughts on said quotes.
A lot of it is fairly tricky since he hinges his accusations on anecdotal commentary. In responding to his baseless claims, I will provide evidence as necessary, as well as point out when things I mention are anecdotal.
After hearing this part of the video, I'd like to note a few things. Yes, my original tweet thread was very anecdotal aside from the photo of the living conditions, which as I mentioned, we will touch base on later in the video. And as I stated before, I felt holding the cards in my hand, as well as not speaking on something that could very well encroach into legal matter territory, was in my best interest. I had been Blair's friend for years. I expected her to try to do something where she would try to twist the narratives. At least, in my experience, that is what I have seen in the past. So while yes, I was very word of mouth, however, it was not my intention to remain word of mouth. That is untrustworthy, and never in a million years would that back up any of the claims that I am here to bring forward. Moving on to the next section section I'd like to touch base on, we are going to go over her discussion of my employment. Now, I'd like to note that the discussion of employment will come back around as she gets into another section surrounding legalities, which ties in towards the end of my employment.
Let's start with Wonder's accusation of wage theft. That's a big one, and it's important. During December 2020, like all of the members of Sad Milk, Wonder was considered a contractor. On December 24th, 2020, at 5:39 a.m., I received a message from Wonder letting me know that he took a shot at reworking a video that had already been edited by a different contractor. I want to clarify, I did not ask him to do this. This was something he did of his own accord. I don't want to claim to know what goes on in Wonder's personal life. Claiming that he missed Christmas with his brother and father, I just don't know how that's possible when the video was finalized early morning on Christmas Eve.
You claim you don't know what goes on in my personal life, but you go in depth about my living situation, my views on life, my depression, my car, my dog, and my mental health. I don't mean...
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. How can you go on all about all that, but then it's... The things that she has said about these men is just incredible. And you guys will see that here in a minute.
Mean this in an antagonizing manner. Let's just call a spade a spade. As for missing Christmas, you raise a very good point, and without context, I can understand where your confusion would arise, so hopefully I can clear this up for you. I'd like to paint a picture here if you'd allow me to do so. December is one of the most important months as a creator. For those of you who don't know, there are better or worse months to post to YouTube due to when advertisers are most willing to pay, and most advertisers are wanting to put their highest performing ads on videos during the holiday months such as Christmas. This equals a higher CPM, which for those of you who are in the creator space, it will all just kind of water down to this. Higher paying ads plus more videos equals more push equals more money in your pocket. It's a lot of boring stuff. Puts food on the table, pays your bills. That's all you need to know. At this time, I was a full creator. I didn't make crazy amounts of money, but I made enough to live on my own terms. During December, I was churning out content for my own channel. I needed it as a small growing channel and as someone who needed to pay his bills. However, our editors were short in the month of December, so what Blair fails to mention in her video, I will clarify. December 21st, I had just completed a Sad Milk video that took me 16 hours give or take to make. I had pulled an all-nighter to do so, as we had discussed trying to have a stronger pull for the holiday months. A few days prior, I had just pulled yet another all-nighter to get a video out for the 19th on my own personal channel. We had an editor who had been tasked to complete a Sad Milk vlog that was intended to go up December 24th. Blair had hired this editor. She never once, as far as my knowledge, checked in on this editor to see his progress with said video. Where I grew worried is that as far as I knew, I had never seen this editor do any work for Sad Milk, and we were really coming up on the deadline of the 24th. On December 23rd, after starting another project and working through the entire day, putting a dent into my own personal edit, I got into bed only to find that Oz had received the video from the editor. I took a look at the video, asked an unbiased source their opinion, and we all agreed that the video had major issues for a supposed finished product. These issues included scuffed audio, poor audio leveling, unnecessary edits that made relatively no relation to the edit itself, followed by long periods of dead air for an increased watch time push. I do not mean this as an insult. It resembled a home movie gone bad rather than a fleshed out project for a channel that had almost 200,000 subscribers. I knew this was a severe problem for two reasons. First, the deadline for the upload was the following morning. Second, this video was expensive and intended since November to be a Christmas Eve video. The video in reference was a Sad Milk gingerbread house building competition where we all flew out to Colorado. Blair purchased a large amount of items for said video, such as microphones, gingerbread houses, and Santa hats, all that material you need to make a gingerbread house. I'd like to add that Blair intended to use these expenses as a tax write-off, so it wasn't a total loss. We were all contracted for an entertainment company. In order for this to be a tax write-off, we would need to produce a video to prove as such. So now we have to think of the perception of Sad Milk, a project that represented all of our names. This puts us in a position with very limited options. We either let down the audience and post a very scuffed video that would exhibit a lack of care for the content we were making, which was not ideal given we had just lost half our members. We delay the video, which ties in with the first issue as our Christmas Eve video, which would either get out the 26th or the 27th at the earliest due to our available editors. Or we scrap the video, which leaves Blair out of money regardless, but now we have also wasted an entire trip visiting another state, and there are a bunch of expenses that can't qualify as a tax write-off. So I got out.
Can you imagine the headache behind all that? Can you imagine the headache behind all that? That is just crazy. That's that is just nuts. Wow.
Out of bed after working all day, and I took my best shot at reworking a video in a style I was not familiar with. I was up roughly until 5 a.m. working on that video, and I waited to make sure it was good to upload and that we had the okay. I did this to avoid those negative outcomes I just listed. My sleep schedule was beyond screwed, so by the time I went to bed later that night, I slept due to pure exhaustion until well into the early afternoon of Christmas Day. To add to this, my family does not see each other very often, so for us to be in one room is a very rare thing. I had not seen my brother in almost a year, and I know Christmas is important to my father. Since we can't all spend an entire day together as we all have our own various lives, we plan to spend the morning of Christmas together. Obviously, it did not pan out that way. I'd like to add that no, Blair did not directly ask me to make this rework. However, Blair had made it clear in the last few months, especially when Illuminaughtii left, that she felt she had no help with the channel, that she felt the responsibility fell onto her. This was me helping her. Not just her, but a project I dearly cared about. I'd like to now focus on my pay. I said I was not paid until half a month after. This, I will admit, was anecdotal mostly. Blair said I was paid on a bi-weekly Sad Milk basis. At this time, Sad Milk was making money, just not a whole lot of it after editorial expenses. So typically I could see a check for $80 to $140 every month. As for editing, I had negotiated $500 per edit as Oz helped me realize my worth as an editor, and as for compensation for me not being a full-time editor. I'd like to add that in part of what I agreed for edits, I would do additional sprite movement, motion, and scene creation. This was painstaking to do, but this was also a quality result I would bring to the table of this channel while also working on my own channel. The editor we hired to the vlog, to my knowledge, was to be paid $200 for their edit. However, since I reworked the video last minute, I was to be compensated with $100, which I believe was fair pay. So I'd like for us to view the following bank statements, two in particular, one on January 29th, 2021 for $125, and another on February 29th, 2021 for $600. Now, I tried to dig deeper, but this just says a transaction from a bank occurred. I'd like to state that at first, I believed I was receiving Sad Milk payments via PayPal, so I tried to find an old email. Since I was making a fair amount of money, I would usually just let money stack into my PayPal and I would take it all out at once. And you can see right here that this is what a statement like that would look like in my bank account. At this time, I worked full-time, so my only income was from Google AdSense, Twitch, and Sad Milk. While it has been a long time, if I remember correctly, these payments would numerically and chronologically line up with Sad Milk and editor payments. It is the only possible source of this income that makes sense. Which then shows me, for the month of January, I actually only received one Sad Milk payment if that's the case. And it also distinctly shows that I was in fact paid separately as both Sad Milk talent and an editorial talent. I'd like to note that these payments are over the course of 1 to 2 months, not a month and a half. At the beginning of January, you can see I was paid $100 from this income source. That would make sense given half of the $200 video would, yes, be $100. However, if you look at the month of December, I did not receive one payment from Sad Milk. So I would assume unless Sad Milk just did very poorly that month and we made absolutely zero income, as I did not manage these channels' finances, this payment would be the Sad Milk payment for December. And if it was for fixing the video, why?
Can you? Oh my god. Oh my god, I would be throwing a fit. I would be, oh my god, Oh, oh my, I have no words. Like, that's just, oh my god. This is just insane. Okay, guys, I need to take a potty break. Sorry, I know we just got started with this a little bit ago, but it just hit me. I'm sorry, I drank too much water. Ugh. So, my apologies. Let's go to here. Let's do some music, shall we? Maybe a few extra minutes, so let's do... Give me a second. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I got a better one. Hold on. All right. All right, guys. I'll be right back. Oops. All right, guys. I'll be right back. Shut up, Knox. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. All right. Hey, Nuke. How are you, sir? Tomato. Be nice. Love you, Tomato. Don't ever change, please. Don't ever change. Oh my gosh. Alright. Okay. We only have quite a bit of ways to go, I think. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm working off of one screen or one monitor still. Kind of stinks. Let's see. Topics. Shit, hide the waifus. No, you don't need to hide the waifus. It's okay. Oh, really? Really? Your emoji right there of a bathtub plus bomb? Really? Mm-hmm. Or did you mean a bath bomb? I see you. Doing fantastic, Nuke. A lot better than what I was earlier. You want to go back to Tears of the Kingdom? Are you playing Tears of the Kingdom, Nintendo Mail? For those of you who know him, Asking Shoe. Oh, you were talking about bath bombs. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, Top Tomato. Okay. I see you, though. For those of you who know of Asking Shoe, he's great. He likes to give me trouble in Minxie's Discord about, or he did earlier about Zelda. He's my Zelda buddy. Because we're both playing Tears right now. So, I think he's roughly in the same spot that I am, give or take, maybe a little bit more ahead. And he gave me trouble in Minxie's chat earlier about kicked his butt. You love a good bath bomb? I do too. Baby Huck loves bath bombs too. Okay, can you guys see that? Okay, cool. Alrighty. Okay, let us continue.
Why was I clearly paid the 600 here followed by the prior regular Sadmilk bank statement, 500 being for the original video I did and 100 being for the video I corrected? I had someone else take a look at the calendar, and if these payments were bi-weekly and I had a pay period beginning on the 1st, my pay period should have seen payments starting from the 1st, followed by the 15th, the 29th, which is correct, but we were missing a pay period, the 12th, then the 26th, but I was paid on the 19th. You can argue that Sadmilk was performing bad financially, which resulted in delayed or no payments by this time, as we had not uploaded since December and views did in fact dwindle. But that begs the question, if the payment of $600 is an editor payment, which I'd argue is because Sadmilk itself and its contractors never saw an amount that large in its history, why am I being paid for it not half a month late but almost 2 months late? My only other theory is that these payments were in a source such as PayPal, where I could allow the funds to store up then deposit. However, it would still be delayed and show I was paid separately as an editor and contracted talent for Sadmilk.
During this time, he would often tell both Oz Media and myself how living in Austin, Texas was a nightmare for him. He would often complain about his roommates being terrible people, his friends being mostly terrible people and unmotivated to do well in life, and how his car was always breaking down and how his channel was not going in the direction he wanted. And then he talked about that last bit of family that he had moving away, and he was essentially alone. I won't speak on behalf of Oz, but I know I was moved by Wonder's Wonder's stories.
So I'd like to clarify here. Yes, I didn't like living where I lived. I live, as Blair stated, in Austin, Texas. And I don't mean to be humorous here, given the severity of this video, but it's like, man, the people who live here hate living here. It's just like a thing. Like, I'm gonna maybe go get some groceries today. You gotta wait like 5 hours in line behind rows and rows of traffic. You want
Alright, good night, Knox. Hi, Voltage Mike. How are you? Welcome, welcome. We'll talk soon, Knox. Probably tomorrow. Or whenever I see you again. Alright, so just to catch you up, Voltage Mike, we are watching Wonder's video in response to Illuminaughtii. We're about...
want to go to the park, you gotta drop like $15 just to touch grass because you gotta pay for parking. It's like a meme here that if you see a cardboard box, like any person who's from here will point it and be like, oh yeah, that looks like it would go for $2,300. There's many great things about this place, but it's for a very niche particular crowd of people, which I do not fall in line with that. As for my roommates, I only had one roommate, and he's one of my best friends who I would do literally anything for. Have I gotten annoyed with him? Yes. Who hasn't been annoyed with any friend in their life? I'm sure I've done plenty of things to piss him off. Is he a terrible person? Never in a million years, so I don't know why this is even really being brought up. I think the times where I got most annoyed was where there were 2 incidences where I accidentally got locked out of the house and he sleeps like you could probably fire a ballistic missile next to this man and he would sleep through it. So I ended up having to sleep in my car twice, and there was dishes out and stuff we've all made the same mistake of in the past, okay? He's not a terrible person, and neither are my friends. And no, I wouldn't say that my friends are unmotivated in life. I would say that during this time, I was really wanting to move forward with content and really get into creating full time, which I was already doing, but I wanted to take it a step further. I wanted this to be my life. And my friends, obviously, because everyone has different goals and dreams, do not share this sentiment. It wasn't that they were unmotivated, it's that I just was losing that connection of, hey, y'all don't really get what I'm doing, I don't really get what you're doing, and it sucks, but that's just how friends are, you know? You're not gonna relate forever with every single thing you and your friends do. As for my car was not breaking down constantly. I had a 2011 sedan. The only thing I didn't like about it was that somebody rear-ended the back and it looked like it was dented in. It looked like someone took a massive fist to the back of the car. I have never had one maintenance issue on that car. In fact, my brother still owns the car to this day. My channel was actually going in a really good direction. At this time, I was starting to pull a lot of steady views, but the narrative behind the closed doors and sad milk was that we should all be moving away towards Reddit content and getting into video essay type content like Blair. It was a very known thing behind closed doors where we would insult and belittle anyone who still did Reddit, while Oz and I actually were still doing Reddit. So it developed into a resentment towards my own content, which my audience liked, but I now was finding that I despised what I did.
Without going into personal details, I was pretty horrified by what he had explained happened in his past. I was saddened by how he constantly talked about how bad his life was and how he felt like a failure. He said he felt alone, depressed, and uncertain of the future. And at that point, I knew I wanted to help him in whatever way I could.
I feel this is very contradictory to say without going into personal details than to turn around and spread personal details about my views towards life. Again, these were very private things I kept between you. Yes, I suffer from depression. A lot of people do, and oftentimes that can skew your view towards life itself. The only time I ever really felt like a failure was when I constantly was compared via Social Blade, etc., and told how much better I could be doing if I did XYZ. It made me feel like I was underachieving as a small channel.
At the end of 2020, I paid for his tickets to visit Oz and me in Colorado. During this trip, we discussed the possibility of Wonder moving out to Colorado due to his discontent with his life in Texas.
This trip was not to discuss me moving out to Colorado. This trip was for the Sad Milk Christmas video that we filmed in November. Me and another member had talked about moving to Colorado due to us wanting to do live sad milk content, sorry. Blair had been speaking of getting into real estate and wanted to build homes for us. Oh, I forgot about this part. That's right. She wanted to have like a little commune with everybody there in one spot. I forgot about this. This did not extend to just me. She wanted to build a home for another member and I as well as one for Oz to have a separate recording space. This means Blair would have been the landlord to 3 other Sad Milk members, not just me. Oh my god. After our final member left at the end of December, I was the last person on the list to become a tenant. Here is the proof of the trip being for Sad Milk and the existence of the cul-de-sac for Sad Milk members. Bye, Nintendo Mail. Yeah, I forgot about this. She wanted to have like a little commune with everybody there in one spot. I totally forgot about that. Oh my god. This is flight information. That's him buying the stuff. Observe home plans and decide. Blank choice and luxury starting in the high blank. There are 5 accommodating floor plans to explore and will no doubt fill your imagination with all the possibilities since the cul-de-sac is out.
Oz Media and I had just moved into his newly purchased home in April 2021, and he decided to welcome Wonder into his house. Unless Oz Media was doing so without my understanding, Wonder was not charged any rent, utilities, or internet for sharing our living space.
Yes, we had actually discussed a payment plan for rent. What Blair leaves out, and what I find very perplexing as to why she left out in her video, is that the reason I didn't pay rent was because I was going to become Blair's tenant. Not once does she mention throughout this video that when I first had the discussion of moving to Colorado, it was because Blair wanted to get her hands into the real estate market and wanted to build a home, something she had discussed with other former Sad Milk members. It wasn't just me.
Wow.
I made a reasonable first tenant. I was someone she knew, and I obviously made income, so kind of put 2 and 2 together. You can say this is a good deed on the surface, and it most certainly appears that way. I'll get into how over time Blair would have controlled every...
Oh my god. Yeah, she's nuts. She's crazy. I agree. Cult vibes from Blair. She wants to be puppet master so bad. Exactly. Imagine... I can't. I really can't. I guess this is where my normie persona comes in and I just can't understand this craziness. I don't know. But either way, it's like... Oh my god. She's just crazy.
Aspect of my life, be it transportation, income, and housing. I sincerely do not understand why the conception of this home was never presented in the video. It leaves out a massive gap of context. The home I was told would be finished by August and that I could stay the summer. And the last month before moving to Colorado, after finalizing my lease, I was informed that the home would be pushed back until December. This made me highly uncomfortable, which you can see the dates in these private DMs between Oz and a friend of mine who will remain anonymous. I have always been a very independent person. I have never had someone else pay my rent once in my life, and I have been living on my own since I was 18. To try to paint me as a freeloader when you also leave out that I was originally only supposed to stay until August, you were supposed to be my landlord, and that I only stayed 30 days in Colorado feels like a contorted attack on who I am as a person. While I was in their home, if I didn't know how to help, I would oftentimes clean their home. I wanted to help Blair with her recording space as she felt stressed in her little office. I wanted to buy us plants to liven the place up. I tried at every possible turn to earn my keep, and when I felt alienated, I tried to actively...
Just making sure the flavor was correct because I think I've had it. Yeah, Blair said she didn't want to talk to me about any of it because Colorado law and something about involving personal lives and a worry I go out of my way to sue her. I don't know. That's just a bit much to me. And being told I'm taking advantage of them when I've literally asked nonstop for tasks to do so doesn't seem like I'm freeloading or just getting paid. I think they are going through a lot, but I can't be used as a stress scapegoat. They need their own space. I need mine. Wow.
Find an apartment in Colorado Springs to give them both the space, as I felt horrible, seemingly never being able to help in any way at all. It was beyond unfair. I made every effort to not be a burden, as it is quite frankly one of my biggest fears in my entire life.
I'm Oz. Y'all know me as Oz Media.
Now, during the month of June, I stayed with you, Oz, and Blair. During this time, did Blair provide work to me as an editor? If this wasn't a case, did you ever witness me personally trying to assist Blair in anything else?
Like, yeah, I mean, you weren't provided work for like a majority of the time that you were actually employed. I think we were also working on like Thinkology at the time, but like nothing really came out of that besides a couple recordings, and you ended up not really wanting to pursue that. So there wasn't like any work that she had actually given you part of the company. You were kind of just literally being paid to like stand around. I might be wrong on this, but you actively did try to like assist her with her like the candle shop that she was just starting up. And
Illuma Soapy. What? Oh my god. I mean, oh my god. It feels very weird seeing Oz's face. Has he never? Oh, yeah, he had never really revealed it, had he? That's right. Right? That's just
I mean, she didn't like that, but you were actively trying to seek out and find work, so it's not like you were just like freeloading off of it. You, from my memory, you were trying to actually earn your keep.
Blair proceeds to go on an explanation as to how well her channel was doing and that she felt grateful to be in a position to help someone she cared deeply about. On June 7th, 2021, I was hired by Blair starting at $50,000 a year, as she stated, which was a number that seemed rather life-changing to me. At face value, I'm sure anyone who saw this viewed me as someone who had to cut a few clips together and everything was happily ever after. That is what I personally expected. However, I will explain that this was not the case regarding my employment, as I was soon to find out.
During his employment, he never took advantage of any of the benefits that were made available to him.
The reason I did not use any of these benefits was because I was employed for roughly 60 days. I had just moved to another state. I barely even knew the roads and where to even go to eat. I wasn't focused on doctor visits, the dentist, and unless I turn 85 years old, I can't really use my 401.
Wait a minute. Hi, Mr. Gamer. Forgot to mention this, but why exactly did you block me? What? What are you talking about? Mr. Gamer, I've never blocked you on a... What? Yeah, Oz mostly had a sprite to represent himself. I love watching his content because he was hilarious. I think this is the first time he has showed his face. Oh. Oh, really? Well, I think that had been mentioned before, but I really wasn't sure about his face. On Twitter? What's your user? What's your @? I will correct that right now. I'm sorry, Mr. Gamer. If I did, I didn't mean to, or I didn't realize, I guess. I don't know. I will correct that right here, right now. What's your Mr. Gamer? Yeah, he had mentioned he had only shown his face 2 or 3 times before at the beginning of the video. Oh, that's right. He did say that. You're right. Sorry. A lot of info got thrown at me, and it's like hard to keep track a little bit. Thank you. Well, Mr. Gamer, if you want to send me your I'd appreciate it. I apologize that if I blocked you, I didn't realize it, I guess. I'm not sure what to tell you. Mr. Deep Voice 2, okay. Let me correct that right here, right now. There you go. There you go. Fixed it. I did not realize that that was you, Mr. Gamer. I apologize. I fixed it, though. My apologies. Okay. Let us continue.
1K. The only thing that I can think of was the groceries that the LSA covers, but as I stated before, I'm a rather independent person, so I didn't need Blair to particularly buy me groceries. I also find it unnecessary that she goes out of her way to explain the volunteer reimbursement program she has. If I didn't use any of the benefits, why is it necessary to go into detail about them? Was I expected to, in the middle of moving to a new state for the first time since I was 7, volunteer at a soup kitchen to pass the time?
The content for Wonder to edit was dependent on me being able to live stream. During this time, I unfortunately only had 2 streams for him to work on, which Wonder would have been able to produce about 4 videos from. Wonder did not meet the deadlines for either stream. Despite this, I kept him on payroll, I continued his pay, even though no work had ever been completed. Although there was only a minuscule amount of work for Wonder to do, he still managed to act up within company spaces. He made inappropriate comments on forums that were visible to other employees, he didn't complete tasks that were assigned to him, and he failed to follow company protocol. I have a strict policy regarding formal disciplines, and within his short time of working with me, he had already met the criteria for termination.
After hearing this, I'd assume you'd attribute me as someone with a very poor work ethic, and I honestly would not blame you. However, while Blair is being very anecdotal here, I'd like to provide receipts that prove the following. Proof that I was not kept on payroll and I was fired before my deadline even happened. These were not short clips.
Wow.
The comment that I made on a forum that was grounds for termination, Blair leaving out how long it took her to actually provide content to edit, Blair leaving out that I had asked for work in various other aspects, my deadline extension due to my computer editing software corrupting, not me being lazy, me flying to another state to meet said deadlines with plane tickets provided, and again, proof that I was fired before my deadline even happened. Before we begin, I'd like to state that I was informally fired on a phone call July 27th, and that I received my final severance letter July 30th. But as you can see here in private DMs with an editorial manager, my deadline was extended to August 2nd. I was fired within my deadline. To add context, Blair had not streamed for the entire month of June, and come the further end of mid-July, she had finally streamed. I was given one stream that would result in 2 videos having 20-minute plus durations on both videos. So for context, these were not short clips, rather 20 to 40-minute chunks of content, which is exactly what I signed up for. This in itself was not a problem. However, upon getting far into making the video, my editing software corrupted.
I am having a severe issue with this laptop at the moment and my software keeps freezing and crashing. I am literally unable to edit at the moment. There was something where the software crashed and now everything is screwed up. Oz is still fixing my current desktop and I hate to even ask, but I need to request time off like 2-3 days max to go up and get it. This is beyond stressful as it ruins my ability to even edit on this PC on top of everything else going on. The only other option I have is a desktop in Colorado, which I have to go up and get. Wow.
Said in a statement that it was pleased with the ruling, which would allow it to continue to use treatment. So that's from this article.
This video was filmed live on July 21st, 2021 over at Twitch.
I was staying with my dad in Texas, which we'll touch base on why in a little bit here, and only had my laptop, which had never had an issue before. I had this laptop.
Oh no, Voltage Mike. Nope. Voltage Mike, stick a fork in her. She is done. Done. Like, no. The only... And even then, I don't know. Okay. In my personal opinion, she is done. Just based upon the actions that she has done and how she has presented everything and the way that she has carried herself throughout this whole entire thing, I personally think that she is done. Now, the only way that I can see her even slightly redeeming herself is if she just comes out and says that she lied about or hid whatever everything that she said. Okay? And legitly, even then that's even questionable too, in my personal opinion. I truthfully think that she's done. She's already losing subscribers. She's losing she lost a sponsor. I think it was with what, HelloFresh, I think it was. You know, just, which again is one sponsor again that we know of. I don't know if there's any others, but still, that's, she's done, dude. This has been the most explosive expose I've seen. Like, there were warning signs, but no one knew it was this bad. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, again, a lot of this happened behind the scenes. So, none of this really came out. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, all of this happened because of a Twitter post. Because of her. And that's what kills me. And I even think I said that on it was either Xylie's stream or Chris's stream, one of the two, when they were covering Chris did which video did he do? Chris did a video or stream the other day about it. I think he did One Topic's video. And I think I even said that there too. Like, it's just so hard to believe that all of this started because of a dang Twitter post, man. It's just crazy. And I never really knew anything about her until all this came out. You know? This bitch is crazy. Her channel is dying. Her view count is dwindling with every upload. Oh, I bet. I totally 100% believe that, Davida. I do. It's just nuts, man.
For roughly, I want to say a year at this point. Never once had I run into a software corrupting issue. So I reached out to an editorial manager explaining the situation. They asked that I take PTO, but instead I held off because Oz Media said he could get my PC fixed. I was running out of time, but my deadline initially was July 26th. So last second, I flew to Colorado to get my computer just so I could turn around and fly back. It was at this time I had noticed I was locked out of the editor files, which I found odd given that I was still within my deadline, but I didn't exactly know what was happening. I just had figured it was an error at the time. I'd like to make note that the other editorial manager explained to me that my deadline at this time had actually been extended to August 2nd. Editorial manager reached out to me on the 26th saying we needed to talk. For one reason or another, this conversation got pushed to July 27th. I believe this was just due to a simple scheduling conflict. I believe by the time I was able to take a call, that like when I had seen the message, they were busy for the rest of the day. So it just got pushed over to July 27th. It wasn't like I was like ducking the calls like, oh my goodness. It was here on this call that I was fired for explicitly not meeting deadlines, which I find highly confusing due to once more I must reiterate that my deadline was August 2nd. Not to be redundant, but I'd like to remind you that I flew to another state just to meet this deadline for my boss, who was constantly subtweeting about me. You can see is acknowledged even by one of her own managers, and they told me specifically that this was not okay behavior. A few days later, after being fired on July 27th, on July 29th, Blair came to Texas to revoke a car in the middle of the night, which she claimed I breached contract, which we will get to in a moment as to how this was not the case. But first, I I want to just take a moment that I hope this sheds light into just how far I was willing to go
Wow.
to ensure that these video deadlines were met. That I was willing to fly exhausted and tired and not on great terms with my boss to fly to another state just so I could meet a deadline.
Oh my god. I want to like give him a hug, man. Like legit. It's just crazy, man. Yeah, and she took away and she repossessed his car that he was making payments on too. Like this. Oh my god. I want to like legitly give him a hug, man. If I had the clout, or if I had the, you know, if I was around longer, whatever, I would totally get him on for an interview. Like him or Click or whoever else wanted. If they ever wanted to come on and talk, I'd be more than happy to have them. Like that would. Oh man, I just feel so bad for him.
Sincerely cared about my job, and I feel it is just extremely wrong to paint me in a light as some lazy individual who just didn't care at all. It was extremely hurtful after showing the links I will go to just show that I am a good employee. I wish my computer still worked and that I hadn't deleted these files, because it just seems worse, because it makes it sound like I am being very anecdotal when it's not the case. My laptop literally just does not turn on anymore, and I didn't think I was ever going to need these videos in particular to prove a point online on the internet about my work ethic. As for the finalized video that I completed on the desktop after my laptop did not work, I don't have that either, because I have reset and rebuilt my computer I don't know how many times, and you can see photos of me right here and tweets about me talking about how many times I have taken a swing at trying to fix this computer. As for the inappropriate comment I made on a forum, I have never heard of this. Blair claims to have a strict policy on discipline, yet why didn't she or her staff ever reach out to me about this problem? Why does she not provide evidence on this comment, and what forum? So I reached out to Oz and I found the answer, and the comment I made was supposed to be grounds for termination. I'd like to reiterate that means a total loss of income to a person. This was along the lines of the comment that I made. If I could be an animal for a day, I would be a furry, and my favorite food would be ass.
Wait. Wait.
You can't make
Wait. Hold on a minute. What? Wait. That's what he got let go for? That was the inappropriate comment? Bro. Are you kidding me? This bitch. Oh my god. Oh my god. When she's made worse jokes. That's rich coming from her. Wow. Eating ass is illegal now? Apparently. Is Rico a fat furry? He got fired for eating ass. Oh god, y'all are terrible. Oh my god. Guess Alex is canceled. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Did he accidentally insult Rico? Squatchin', I don't know. Who even knows? This bitch is crazy. Shit, lock me up for life then. Pidgey, don't tell on yourself. Oh man. Yeah, that's one of the dumbest things ever, Spectre. I agree. It's wow.
This up, man. Total loss of income because I said as a joke, I said I was a furry. I don't know. In regards to my pay on the surface, $50K a year sounds beyond.
Y'all are fired and y'all are canceled because y'all. Why are you gay? Okay, you know what? From here on out, y'all are canceled for eating ass. I can't even say that with a straight face. Like, what? Ban anybody that eats ass in my chat. I had to. Sorry. That's... Well, at least we got a good laugh out of it. Oh my god. This poor guy.
Generous for editing a channel. I'd agree. I was personally astounded. I moved my entire life to another state because of this number. I figured I could really make something of myself with this type of income. However, I'd like to go back where she mentions the benefits. Blair lists an array of many wonderful benefits that I could receive as an employee. I'd like you now to look at what I earned during each pay period here. Now, I'd like to reiterate, this is at face value. I'm more than willing to stand corrected if I'm wrong here with numbers. You can see here on my screen that the amount of money I made during each pay period was $1,434.24. I made this twice during my employment with Blair. If we do the math on that, we can divide this number by 2 to see how much I made on a weekly basis. $717.12. Say roughly there's 4.25 weeks in a month, $3,047.76 per month. Okay, well that leaves a big question. Where's the rest of the money? So I did some more math. Let's say that everything had gone according to plan and the house Blair built was done in August like it was intended to be. I believe the range for the rent was $1,500 at the time, so around $300-ish for utilities. Now throw in a car that I have to pay.
What are y'all doing in here? What, are you crazy? Wrap it up, everyone. Eating ass is cancel worthy. Why do I have a feeling this will be the last time I will be canceled for eating ass? Benji! No! Ban Amber Heard's turds, please. Furry joke about eating ass equals death sentence. I want that clip now. Ban anybody that eats ass in my chat. Oh, I bet it's already been clipped. I bet. Already got clipped. I got clipped last weekend for no flippin' reason. Thanks to Echo of Tragedy. Jeez. Echo called me out. I was so mad. Oh. Yeah, as I'm laughing the entire time. Go ahead. Oh my god. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. It's just, wow.
Pay Blair for the next 2 years. $588 a month plus $125 for insurance. Now let's add in say $100 a month in gas due to it being a car that relies on premium gas. So after all this is said and done, my take home before food, clothes, leisure would look more like this every month. A grand total of roughly $434.76. However, given that the house wasn't built, this wasn't the case and I was making about $1,000 take home. Well, maybe that isn't so bad. I do in fact have a car, I have a house, and I have a job. However, the one scary thing when you put all that on a spectrum is they are all provided by one singular individual Blair. She had a hand in every single aspect of my life, and at any moment she could take it away when she felt, which is exactly what happened. Where I could be wrong about the pay itself is where I received my final check at the end of the month for $1570.60. I was told this was my bi-weekly final pay, which makes sense, but when I signed a severance letter, I also received $1570. So this was either severance pay or this was the allocated amount I would have made via the LSA every month if that was how that operated. Even reading this aloud, I am still highly confused as to how this payment structure works, as it was never properly explained to me. But even if that were the case, it doesn't change that in order to keep a roof over my head, food on my table, and my dog's bowl and transportation, I had to be walking on eggshells 24/7 due to someone's unpredictable and erratic behavior. There is not, nor will there ever be, a price you can pay me to where I will put up with being a verbal punching bag. It will never happen as long.
I know that's right. I know that's right. I wouldn't. Nope. Oh, well, thank you, Pidgey in battle. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, who clipped me saying it? Come forward now. Who clipped me saying it? Excuse me. That's no. That's I can't even imagine. I cannot even imagine. Especially when now Squatchin, if you're still here, correct me if I'm wrong. Did Wonder ever date her? Or was it just Oz? I know Azothan did, which we'll get to later. He's a later character in this narrative, in this arc too. But did Wonder or Oz date her? That's what I'm trying to remember. Or did they just live with her and she didn't date either one of them? I can't quite remember. Oh. Guys, when we get done with this video, remind me, I have a bit of news. So, you only heard that they were roommates. Okay, that's what I thought too, but I wasn't 100% sure because I thought in the beginning, that she dated, or it was rumored that she had dated either Wonder or Oz, but then it was later said that all she did was be roommates with them. Okay, so it was just Azothan. Okay, I got you. We'll get to what I have to say in a minute about my other breaking news. It's unrelated to this, but this is not that much longer. I think we're just about done. So, well, we got a little ways to go, but still.
Long as I live. So if I'm wrong, sure, I would have made some money. Probably net over $1,000 a month, which again isn't bad. But if my numbers are right, I'd be sitting at $717.12, give or take. Times that by 52 weeks in a year, roughly $37,290.24 a year, as I've stated, give or take. So I tried to dig a little deeper into this LSA Blair mentioned. Once more, I'd like to add that I am not entirely versed in legal speak, so I read through the LSA Blair provided in her video, and here is what I could personally gather. Each month I was given a company allowance of $300. If I did not use this money, I would not be allocated these funds, which again, I'd like to note is stated to be entirely
Pidgey? Pidgey? Pidgey clipped me saying it. Dang it. You know what you did. You clipped me saying it. Oh, too funny. Thank you, Pidgey. I'll have to listen to that later. That's funny.
Optional. If I purchased an item and submitted a receipt, I would be reimbursed this allowance, and if I bought something without the full allowance, I would be allocated, I believe, an additional $100. The smaller payments would appear on my paycheck within 30 days, but larger ones could take upwards of 3 months. But where I have a hard time understanding these numbers is if I use the monthly allowance of the 300, waited and received 300 on my paycheck, my total income would be $1,570.60 if the $1,434.23 was due to me being a new hire. But where I'm having a hard time understanding these numbers is if I use the monthly allowance of 300, waited and received the 300 in my paycheck, my total income would look a little different. We're gonna go off the number of 1570.60 since the 1434.23 I believe could be due to me being a new hire, but I am not entirely sure where this number comes from and why it varies between this.
No, Pidgey, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I don't. It's fun. It's fun. It's funny. It's funny. And you know what? I'm honored because you know why? This is the second time I've been clipped in less than a week, and I'm pretty proud of myself for it. As odd as that sounds, it's funny. Oh, you guys are great. I love you, every single one of you.
This paycheck right here. 1570.60 plus 300, that comes out to 1870.60. But in Blair's video, it is stated that I made somewhere near the high 1900s. Well, as it turns out, I was actually able to find a number in this ballpark. I was paid 1978 and 38 cents. But if we zoom out, we can see that this was actually my gross pay. Meaning again, from what I can understand, my take home in reality was 1560 per paycheck. So from my understanding, this would mean in order to come close to obtaining my full paid amount, I would have to rely on the LSA, and at most, I would be reimbursed to a maximum of 1870.60 if I use the maximum allowance every month, then waited in upwards of almost 3 months to see this reimbursement. The only reasoning I can seem to wrap my head around for this would be so the company could have on paper that I made a salary of $50,000 a year, when in actuality, this technically isn't the case. After doing these numbers and re-looking at them again, I'd like to make a correction to my already made correction. So for my LSA, I would be paid $300 per month, not per paycheck, so my number of 1870.60 isn't accurate. Well, yes, I could get paid that amount. The next paycheck would only be 1570.60 again, as a $300 reimbursement is limited to once per month. This would allocate to a total annual maximum of $3,600. I'd like to bring up once more that the reason I didn't complete tasks was not because of me, but because Blair never provided work until mid to late July. And when I worked, I went above and beyond to ensure it was completed. And again, I was fired within my deadline. I hope this adds some context that was missing from the video. But moving on to our next section, let's speak on legalities. They proceed as such. Blair touches on the subject of a BMW she purchased for me due to my old car dying and wanting to help a friend out. I'd like to clarify I did not ask Blair to do this. In fact, I insisted on our first call the exact opposite. I am not a luxurious person. I like nice things like cozy homes, but the most expensive car I have ever owned was a $5,000 Miata, and that was a surprise gift from my dad after my first car got stolen. I do not desire expensive things, as that just personally is not who I am. Also, as
She manipulated him into getting that dang car, man. She knew what she was doing the entire time. She had to have. There's no other rhyme or reason behind it, and I can't. She knew what she was doing. Jeez Louise, man. Oh, thank you, Pidgey. Thank you. Yeah, she knew what she was doing buying that car for him. She knew. That's... Oh my god.
a person who does not like when people buy me things, I was extremely uncomfortable with someone making such a large payment towards a vehicle on my behalf. But in Blair's words, she had the money and insisted that I get the car. After a few more discussions, she eased me into the idea that this car was a good move and would really change my life. I never saw the paperwork on the car. I never did any of the work to obtain the car. The most I did was go into a call with Oz and Blair where I got to choose seat colors. I had no idea of the process or what I was really genuinely getting myself into, which I don't see how you could argue that I did. I was 20, 21 at the time. I can't think of a single 20, 21-year-old that I know that has gone out and filed paperwork for a $50,000 to $60,000 car. I did not know what I was doing. However, Blair would oftentimes tell me that she herself had enough money to retire at any given moment. Now, she was a very successful businesswoman, and from the surface, that did seem true. Blair even had a few BMWs of her own, as well as Oz at the time, so I trusted my friends who seemed to have it all, and I trusted the process, which, again, I found out was a very bad mistake. The car itself was delayed, I believe, by 2 weeks, so when it finally arrived, I was pretty happy. I felt like I was beginning life like my friends.
Oh cool, I actually have a new functioning phone, so I can actually do fun video stuff.
However, things in the house were growing fairly grim. I was in therapy at the time and trying to do what I could to help out and also stay out of the way. I felt my brain start to shut down. I could barely function as it was. I would just drive out in my free time to this little trail. I guess you could just call it like a private spot, not really because it's in the public, but it was a little nice cliffside, and I would just hang out there because I didn't have any work at home and I just was not wanted around. I explained my situation to my therapist. It was a pretty similar message I sent to my friend in private. I miss feeling independent and living.
I also just like miss feeling independent and living rent free for 6 months, which I did not sign up for, is making me feel like a burden and sick. I really feel like I'm losing touch with myself and I'm not sure who I am at the moment. Oh, oh my God. Oh my God. I can't even imagine. I really can't. To not only be at the mercy of somebody like that, but to also, well, or making you feel like you are, but, oh my God. I want to message him and see if he'll come. I doubt, no, he won't do it. I just want to give him a hug, man, and just make sure he's okay. Like, oh my God.
Living rent-free for 6 months, which I did not sign up for, is making me feel like a burden and sick. I really feel like I'm losing touch with myself, and I'm not sure who I am at the moment.
And just like Oz and Blair have lots of stress on their plate, and I feel like I am in the way, and I can't tell if they are talking about me when I'm out of the room. Oh my God. Imagine making you feel like you're being that paranoid, right? Or being made to feel like, oh God. Jesus. And Blair was telling Oz that if I don't change my location on Twitter, that commentary channels could pinpoint our location from Twitter and raid the house with police and confiscate her guns. I get the location thing. I changed it, but that's the second time I have been used to fuel insecurities. Y'all. I got nothing. I got nothing. Jeez. That makes me so sad. Well, obviously. That just makes me so sad. I don't understand how I hold on, let me back up. Oh, never mind. Okay. I also try to go out of my way to not bother them, and I was looking for apartments today so they could have their own space. When I got told, it felt like I was taking advantage of them. Oh my God.
I told my therapist at this point that I hadn't felt real in a while, which anyone who has suffered with dissociation and dissociative episodes can all but relate to. I also reiterated how everything was starting to feel rather pointless and I didn't know what I was that's so lame. I don't like to get emotional, but I didn't know what I was doing wrong. After hearing this,
Dude, he is on the verge of crying. I would be bawling my eyes out. Don't you dare apologize. Don't you dare. Oh my God. I'll admit it. I teared up during Tommy C's video about her that he did. I teared up during that. That was sad. It was... yeah, he's... Dude, I would be inconsolable. I wouldn't... There's other factors here, right? And he proves it. I'm sure that Click proves it too. There's other factors with this, right? That are in play big time. She emotionally manipulated him to, and other people within that group, to the point to where they're doubting themselves and that they're that paranoid. And she's just acting like it's okay. She's done. She's done. I didn't know her prior to this, really. I don't want to know her now. Her reputation is just, she's done. No. There's no coming back from this. Nope.
she made it urgently clear that I needed to leave the house immediately. Which again,
look at him. This is okay, we're gonna get through this.
Sorry, I need to calm down. In hindsight, I didn't realize how bad it was getting at the time. Yes, it had just never been that bad. Oh, it's so lame. She said whatever I needed to do, I just needed to go. So with no work, my only options were being in a home with someone who won't even speak to me, as I believe Oz had gone to visit his father at the time, or I could go visit my father and just spend some time with him. So I chose option 2. I explained the situation to my dad, and I ended up leaving to go see my father so I could spend the 4th of July with him and stay a while so I could mentally reset. I also did digital work, and this was not in violation of my employment, as I could work wherever I wanted via laptop. But before going, Blair had me sign her BMW contract she had been meaning to get to me for a while. She was fully aware of my intent to visit my father and stay a while, especially given that, again, I worked remotely. You now know the events that led up to July 29th, where the car was repossessed. You know the story of the deadlines, how I wasn't kept on payroll, how I flew to Colorado to make sure said deadlines occurred, etc, etc. We don't need to fully recap there. As Blair mentioned, she said I was legally bound to this car via contract. However, after I was fired and Colorado was said and done, I had my father, who is an ex-police officer and the former contractor, as well as a lawyer friend of the family, look over and review this legally binding contract. They both agreed that this was in fact not a legally binding contract. I'd like to state that I am not a lawyer and I don't know how that fully works, but let's say for argument's sake the contract was legally binding. Blair claims I broke the contract by the following: no proof of insurance, cars to reside in El Paso County. Okay, well, here's my proof of insurance, and here's my official mailing address during this time. You can clearly see it states Colorado. Here again, you can also see that.
Oh my god. This dude was feeling unwanted, alone, manipulated, and feels fucked over. I feel for Wonder. I wish him the best in life. Exactly. Fuck Blair to the moon. Exactly, Pidgey. 100%. This is... Dude, this is rough, man. He needs a hug and a break from this bullshit. Exactly. I really hope that he is. I really, really do. Oh, my God.
that my mailing address has not changed after the repossession. This car was not residing in Texas, as I did not reside in Texas. I lived in Colorado. I'd now like to point to a conversation I had with Oz Media, because Blair and I were not on speaking terms at this time, which was something she herself suggested took place between us. July 28th, 2021, one day before the repossession, Oz and I had a phone call together where I stated I would not be moving back to Colorado. He agreed it was probably the best option for me, as he was still at this time sympathetic towards everything happening. Note again, the car did not reside in Texas, as I did not have a residence in Texas at this time. Upon hearing this, Blair informed Oz that she wanted me to pay something that is known as a depreciation value, which is essentially, it's like, okay, you can't pay for the car, so you're going to pay for the value that the car lost while it was in your possession. I agreed. I didn't want further bad blood. I just wanted this whole situation to be done, as it had caused me enough stress as is. Oz
I would have done the same exact thing. I would have just been like, fuck it, take my money. I take my money and go. That's get out of my life. Like, continuing to keep the car, but with an additional amount per month with full payoff in a few years. Drop it off when you come to Colorado. We'll need to update lease and sign depreciation contract. Sign depreciation contract now, and Blair will come down soon and take it off your hands. I can get the total, payoff price for option 1, and the depreciation will be determined by blank BMW, and we can provide the full itemized rundown when they give it.
Oz gave me a set of options as to what I could do with the car, and I picked option 2, where it was agreed I would bring the car back to Colorado, gather my belongings, and I'd pay the value via regular payments, etc. However, when I asked to see everything my name was tied to legally with the car, which any person would do, I was met with a copy of the car contract. So I asked again to see the paperwork of the car. This was to ensure I was obtaining an accurate account of the car's value, so I could legally assure what I was paying for. I believe that any person in my position should have done this. It is the only right thing to do to make sure you legally know what you're paying. After this message, I never once
Jesus Christ. Imagine building your career from the ground up, working hard to make something of yourself, and Blair throws the play button you earned in the trash. Exactly, Mr. Gamer, 100%. Wow. That's... I know Wonder is buying another one, but still... Yeah, but it's... That's... Yeah, that's... Oh my god, this woman! Oh, I want to throat punch her. Oh my god.
got a response. Later in the early hours of July 29th, 2021, Blair flew down to obtain the BMW. Hours after I agreed to pay for the car's appreciation value under the condition that I was paying what was accurate and visible to me. I did not have the text itself, as currently the phone I had at the time suffered, I believe it was a corrupted UI. All I know is I had a Google Pixel, and after some time, I believe last year, I plugged in the phone, gave me a big old question mark when I charged it. So I looked it up and it was like, what does this mean? Essentially, it just meant, yeah, your phone's kind of buddy. So if anyone knows how to pull images from a UI corrupted phone, please reach out and contact me, as I will happily provide these texts if I'm able to do so. At roughly 3 a.m., Blair sent me a text stating that I had breached numerous contract violations and that she was in Texas to repossess the vehicle. It goes without saying I was asleep at this time, so obviously I did not see a message that was sent to me at 3 a.m. in the morning. Once I woke up and I saw the messages, I asked Blair for an explanation as to how I breached my contract, to which I was ignored. However, Blair stated she would make arrangements for me to obtain my items. This never took place. I took to Twitter, where I made a tweet regarding what had just happened, and I was immediately reminded by one of Blair's managers that I could not speak out on the matter, and I was threatened with NDA. If I had to explain the feeling, I felt helpless. Again, I just wanted to do the right thing and do it the way I was asked, and now I wake up and all my belongings are gone. I cannot explain how weak that makes a person feel. It feels like just a massive, a massive fuck you for no reason. Blair puts in her drive.
Exactly. That was a massive fuck you for no reason. It was 100%. He didn't deserve that. Okay, was he the most perfect guy? Did he do everything correctly? Did he do everything perfectly? No, I'm sure he didn't. He's only human. I don't do everything perfect, and neither do anybody here, you know? You know? But to be held to such a high standard like that, when she didn't even do that her damn self, right? She didn't even do that her damn self, and yet she is... I'm getting mad. I need to calm down. How do I breach the contract? You... Pidgey! You ain't ass what? Oh my god, Pidgey! Oh my god. Just an unfair kick to the dick. Amen to that. Blair never viewed Wonder and the others as friends. They were bargaining chips used to get what she wants. Yep. Even if someone does everything perfectly, you can still fail. That is not weakness, that is life. Exactly, Battle Puppet. Jean-Luc Picard. Yep. Rules for thee, but not for me. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, man. See, now do you get why I wanted to do this? Y'all understand? Because she made my fucking blood boil, and I'm like, I have to cover her. Now do you see why I wanted to do this? I mean, y'all might think I'm crazy, which you're not wrong. But do you see why? Because I truly feel that, and again, other people may view this differently, right? And I get it. Some people, and I'm not gonna lie, when I was first contemplating on even covering this, right? I'm like, this whole story has just been covered by anybody and everybody just about, right? But then I thought about it, and I'm like, you know what? I want to do it. Because I think, because some of you may or may not know the whole history with her, right? I don't even really know the full history with her. I just know what's been reported and what other people have covered. So for those of you who are somewhat new to this, as am I, we can all learn together, right? And build this together. But there's one thing that I would like to do too, if it came down to it. Not just collabing with Knox, but at some point, if he, when he gets there, what I also would like to do too is I would like to talk to FPS Diesel and get his input on some stuff, if he's willing. If not, then, we'll figure it out. But I would like to talk to him because I know that he's reported on this, on her quite a bit. And he actually came out with the live stream last night, updating some stuff about the ex-boyfriend's videos that he did. So I kind of want to get with him at some point if I can. I don't know. We'll see. I would like to, but we'll see. Yeah, she's just this. Whew. Y'all buckle up. Y'all buckle up. If this is what you guys want, this is what you're going to get. Because this is going to be a very long, well, not very long, but this will be a long series then. And I'm totally down for it if you guys are. We'll throw some other streams there in between, but maybe. We'll see. Oh, God.
Arrived that the car had bottles, a few wrappers, and some clothes. What she fails to show in her video is my skateboard, both my Sad Milk and Wonderstruck Guy play buttons, my $800 GoPro set, and a whole list of other items I was prohibited from obtaining, which I found out recently from Oz. These items were subsequently thrown in the trash after some time. I'd like to touch on the condition of the car as well. It looks bad, and truthfully, if I saw that, I would turn my head as well. I would think this is a madman who owned this car. But I'd like you to remain open-minded that I was basically living in this car due to not being able to stay in the same house as Blair, as my therapist recommended specifically that I do not do that. I did not have a home to go to, and I was on my dad's couch most of the time. As for the cracked windshield, that was due to a semi-truck pulling out in front of me on the highway.
Help not hinder sort of gesture that we're trying to do.
Councilmember Kevin Wright.
There's a lot of people out there who have probably experienced it. Sometimes semi-trucks will get pebbles stuck in their flaps and they will fly and they will ding the windshield and it's a crack. It sucks, but it happens. There's no way I myself could have pulled off this effect on this car. In regards to the glove box, I really don't know what happened. I went to get something out of the glove box and it just popped off. It's a small piece of plastic, and the BMW dealership in my town was more than happy to fix these issues when I visited them, which is a record Blair herself has. When I got the car, I was told it was insured via the BMW dealership. So
I just looked at my YouTube recommended feed and found a video called Our Florida Man, and the thumbnail is a smiling man next to a truck. The back window has "I eat ass" written on it. Oh my god, bitch. What's the breaking news? Well, we will get to the breaking news here soon. I promise. Let's finish this tomato and I'll tell you. I promise. You're buckled in for the long haul? Oh, well, thank you. As if it wasn't shitty enough that Blair puts the Sad Milk men through hell, her ex-boyfriend Azothan was dealt a hand with cruelty and unjust punishment. Yeah, we'll get to him too. We'll get to him. Something you want to tell us? Well, he already said he ate ass. Oh my god. What has this turned into? I love it though. Top Tomato, the breaking news is party time! Right? Dude, what the fuck? What kind of cunt throws somebody's stuff away like that? Right? Right? That's what I'm saying. Sorry for rushing. Oh, no. You're not rushing, Top Tomato. You're fine. You're fine. I just wanna finish this before I get into that, because that's a whole nother thing. So, what I just saw. So, I say what I said. Oh my god. Double giggity. Oh my god, you guys are great. Alright, we got, what, about 30 minutes or so, give or take? Dang, I didn't realize it was that long. Okay, alright, let's continue.
So I would have to have my own insurance, and then BMW had their own separate insurance. So if something happened with a car, I could go to the dealership, show the issues, and they would happily fix the issues for no charge at all. Which again, Blair has a record of me visiting the dealership due to the car blowing a flat due to A, low profile tires, and B, a pothole I didn't see due to nighttime and rain. They told me I could bring the car back whenever I please, and I intended to fix these issues before going back to Colorado, as returning it in such a condition would make no sense. After authorities were sent to my house the following morning, I explained the situation and the officers relayed their official opinion that I should cut contact with Blair, to which I did. I sent her one last text stating I would be ceasing communication and that she could reach me and make arrangements for my belongings via my father's number. Not one attempt was ever made. Legal demand letters were sent and signed off for. You can see the draft of such a demand letter and what it looked like on official paper in my Google Drive. After months and months of trying and and receiving no communication or update. We were told by someone who represented Blair to back off or they would go after us for harassment. I know this is scripted, but I really want to reiterate here that I felt small. I felt defeated. I had literally left my apartment for this. I lost my independence for this. My belongings, either tech related or just memorabilia, were and are still gone to this day. I didn't want to upload because I knew every time I did, I knew Blair was probably checking my social blade laughing at me, as I had seen her do to every single former Sad Milk member for months.
I can't even imagine. I cannot. I know I keep saying this over and over and over again, but it's legit. Like, I can't even begin to imagine what this man went through. Or any of them. I can't. All of it is just insane. Great, this is even hornier than Minxie's streams. True. Well, no, I wouldn't go that far. Minxie streams can get pretty horny. I can hear Tipster saying, "Stop being horny, goddammit." Yep. Stop being horny. Can we unanimously agree that the Sad Milk men are handsome? Yes. Yes. 100%. Wonder's a good looking dude. And like I said in the beginning, so is Mr. Gamer. I don't know if you were here or not, but I had said something about Click or the Click. Like I said in the beginning, his video I think came out like right before Wonders did, or soon before. I'm not sure. That'll be the next stream. We're watching Click's video. But yeah, I mean, and how women are like wanting to do this man, like drop everything and go run to him. It's like, why? I don't get it. I mean, yes, like I said, he's a very good looking man. Don't get me wrong. But I just don't see what the whole craziness is with him. I just don't get it. I don't. Okay, we're almost done, guys.
had no way to prove to my friends why I had seemingly high hopes for the future, and in the course of a summer I had almost no money to my name due to Blair's butterfly effect. None of the friends I had made would talk to me, and like OT and Click, rumors began to spread about me too. Admittedly on a smaller scale, but they were still about me nonetheless. I was fired. Blair had taken the car as well as my belongings. My life had been set back to square one, which leads me to my next and most painful section, my mental health, which was proudly put on display for the world to see for some reason. Before we begin, I'd like to not so much trauma dump to a bunch of viewers, but rather give you the full scale of where my mental health arises and such. I feel it is important to share this context not just for me, but truthfully because there are a lot of people out there who remain silent about these kinds of things, and I want them to know they aren't alone. I'd also like to make two more notes. First, there's going to be a trigger warning, one involving self-harm, suicide, and child sexual. Another warning, this is probably going to be the section of the video where I don't know how to be very professional in this manner. I feel it is best that I just show you how raw this actually is, because trying to paint it in any other light just doesn't show the extent of how painful this actually is. Now, when I first saw Blair speaking upon my mental health, admittedly, I shut down. I was rightfully broken and disgusted that so many people could see the insight into my mental health.
Listen to him. He sounded like he's about ready to bawl again. It's totally the accent. I think you're right, Spectre. I think it's his accent. Absolutely. I think it's both of them. He has a slight accent, too. You are within your right to express how you feel, Wonder. Exactly. Exactly. It's... He is struggling. He is. This is rough, man. It's...
very private and a lot of times met with shame. There were so many things I wanted to say when I saw that. So many nasty and vile words of venom I wanted to throw into the void due to this becoming public on Blair's own doing. But it's not Blair's story to tell as to how I got to this point. It's mine. So when I want to say 3 to 4 years old, I was assaulted by a family friend's son. This was someone who...
What? What? Oh, hell no. What? Bro. What? Wow.
I trusted, someone who I looked up to as a kid. This occurred for months, and without going into explicit detail, my parents found out. I remember being a kid and just seeing the abhorrent look of terror and tears on my parents' face, not being able to understand why they were so upset. Over the next, I guess, year or so, court proceedings took place, and the teenager who had assaulted me went to juvenile detention. My parents never really explained well what happened to me, which I can't really blame them. I can't really imagine myself in their position trying to explain that to a 4-year-old. The family who we had once been very close with no longer spoke to us, which felt strange because I lived in the same neighborhood as these kids. So when my brother and I would pass them in, say, a grocery store or at the pool, it was always met with just like silence and stares. I didn't understand what truly had occurred or the extent of what had occurred. I just recall knowing that in my head this was my fault somehow. And to clarify, I don't believe this was anyone's fault that I felt this way. My parents were just doing the best they could, and the rest of us were just kids. There was literally no way for any kid around me to know what I was going through unless they themselves had gone through the same thing. Even I myself at the time didn't know what was happening. Why am I telling you this seemingly dark and unrelated set of information? Because I feel it's important to the story in its whole as to show the context of where this began. My mom suffers from chronic OCD. The brain can develop OCD due to an early childhood trauma. This is known as post-traumatic OCD, but at the same time, I was also predisposed due to my mother. OCD has many forms, and it's sometimes hard to understand if you aren't suffering from it yourself, but in my specific case, OCD worked as such. I knew I had something bad happen to me. However, I didn't have a way to get a direct answer as a child. I just knew my reality was filled with a lot of questions and no real way to kind of answer said questions. This is where my brain started to fill in the blanks, as I guess you could say. It started setting me up with situations where I did have control over my surroundings. This could include an intrusive thought regarding, oh, if you don't write a sentence 15 times correctly, your parents will leave you. And if I ignored such an intrusive thought, it didn't go away. It persisted over and over, causing me extreme stress until I did the action, therefore validating it and giving me an answer somehow in my head. It's very confusing, but it's just how it works.
Yeah, I can relate. I can relate to that to a certain degree. Wow. Wow. See, now, I don't have really that problem very much anymore, but I did when I was younger. I needed to have validation in order to know that I was doing something right, or that I was, I can relate to that to a certain degree. But now, yeah, I mean, it is nice to be validated. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure a lot of you can relate to that too. But to constantly think that, to consistently think that, I can't. Right? Again, did that happen a lot probably when I was younger? Yeah, that happened to me quite a bit. But I can't even imagine. Bless you. I can't. Ugh. Nowadays, I can't. Now I'm just like, you know what? You either like me or hate me. Whichever one. I'm gonna be me. shoot. I've been through way too much over this last year for me to overthink that, I should say. Now, granted, do I try to keep stuff like that in mind? Absolutely. That's just me. But I don't. God, I hope he got help. I really do. I really do. And he sticks with it. He just, ugh.
Eventually, it got to a point where I could barely function throughout my childhood. I feared death from a
All I will say is this, and I'm going to not make any other comments about it, and some of you in this chat know what I'm going to say, or who I'm talking about. I just hope he doesn't turn into Nate. And I'm going to leave it at that. Hi, May 1st! How are you, sir? Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a minute. I somewhat suffer from that problem today, but in a sense that I think I'm constantly doing nothing but stupid shit, but I think I'm getting more comfortable with myself. Pidgey, let me just tell you this. If you ever think that you're doing something stupid, then... Okay, I don't know what your personal life is like, so I can't comment on that, but I don't want you to ever feel like you can't be comfortable with yourself, right? Like, you are amazing. Everyone in this chat is amazing, right? I don't want anybody to not feel uncomfortable. Like, that's the worst thing in the world. I would never want anybody to feel like that, but I can kind of relate, because again, I'm starting to get more comfortable with myself too. I guess it comes with age. I don't know. But it's true. You know? Christ, Nate. I'm just going to leave it at that. Those of you who know what I'm talking about, I'll just leave it at that. Yes, W's in the chat for Wonder, please. You know what? Do 2 W's. WW. WW for Wonder. Win Wonder. Or Win Wonder, whatever. Wonderstruck deserves our support. Yes, he does. Of course, Pidgey. Anytime. Anytime.
very early age. I feared that my loved ones would get harmed, that people would hate me, and that I secretly wanted to harm someone and I didn't know it. During an already hard time in my early teens where my parents were getting divorced, I went on to take something known as fluoxetine. You might also know this as Prozac. It's a very popular antidepressant. For years between each household, I would have either one parent encourage me to take my meds, or I'd have another parent encourage me not to do so. I remember just how irritable and awful I felt on said medicine, but I also was going through a very hard and confusing time in my life as a teenager in a new city who was also going through a divorce. Like, needless to say, it was excuse my French here, a shitstorm of mental whatever you want to call it. So when I was 16, I decided to quit cold turkey, which is a massive no-no. It was hell at first, and it was not fun by any means. But after a few years, I really started to notice my symptoms had become manageable. This isn't to say you should stop taking your meds by any means. I just couldn't afford my meds, and my father at the time didn't think they were in my best interest, so I just personally would try to combat most of these things myself. I really hate bringing this up, but it feels like a cop-out on my part, but...
See... I kind of do that too, to a certain degree. I don't take any other medication besides my, well, okay, well, I'll just go ahead and say it. I don't take any other medication besides my estrogen. I do take supplements, but that's about it. But I have to take the estrogen, though, for obvious reasons, but, yeah. But he seems to, maybe he's back on some type of other medication or something, or maybe he figured out a way to be without it, but See, that's the tricky bit sometimes, though, with that, is that sometimes you can go without it, sometimes you can't. You know, it just depends. I'm doing good. My divorced parents were just having a religious discussion for 2 hours. Oh. Uh-oh. How'd that go? Yeah, exactly. He shouldn't downplay what he went through either. I agree. What he went through was hell. Oh, man. Okay, let's continue.
It's the turn of events that ended up taking place as to why this ties in to where we are at. About halfway through the pandemic, I was working from home. It was during this time that Sad Milk fell apart, and I hopped onto the bandwagon of witch hunting my former colleagues and friends. Something I am ashamed I ever even took place in to begin with. Oz and Blair lived together for many months, so they both had each other during this time. Particularly post-December, it would just be me by myself in a room alone. I saw my roommate, who again I mentioned is one of my closest friends, but at the time he had a job as well, and it just was more or less short conversation of, hey, how's your day going? And that really was my social interaction for weeks at a time. Aside from that, I would just be in my room constantly editing. It was here in this environment that my OCD started creeping in slowly until it grew into a full-on sprint. At this time, Blair had already offered me the job, but I was still debating if I wanted to go to Colorado. So I sat on it and I thought really hard. Thought about my dog and how I'd always wanted to provide a home for him. Thought about the pain of leaving my loved ones and my friends of almost 10 years. But I also thought about my future for the first time in a very long time. Thought about how I could afford therapy, something I hadn't been able to do for a very long time. How I could really maybe make a name for myself on the platform, and how I could maybe just for once have full control over my life and save myself from the constant cycle I had been stuck in since I was a child. And so I agreed. This is a part where it's gonna really suck if you get uncomfortable really easily. I took the job. I went back on my meds. I said goodbye to my friends. I shared tears with people who had been family to me. I'm just gonna blur this out, man. I said goodbye to my dearest friends who I did everything with. I said goodbye to my home. I knew I was doing the right thing, and everyone with either open words of encouragement or painful goodbyes in private.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. This is hitting me in the feels, man. Even. This is tough. Oh my god, this is so tough. My heart, everything. Exactly, Top Tomato. Exactly. From my experience, victims often downplay their trauma as trivial to repress the hurt that was caused. Yeah, exactly. 100%. Brutal. Brutal, brutal. Yep. 100% voltage, Mike. This is tough. Damn.
So fucking hard to read, man. They all held the same sentiment to me. They were proud of me. For the first time in my life, I felt I knew my purpose. I felt I was more than a burden. I felt like I was someone who mattered. I felt more than my trauma or my past or my OCD. I felt like I was just me. Then upon moving, if you've watched the video up to this point, you already know everything that's taken place. So when Blair took the car, I knew I had nothing left but a few clothes on my back, and everyone would soon find out that the person they were so proud of just 2 months prior was back at home and broke. And for me, I couldn't really handle that. I had tried so hard to show every effort that I cared, that I wanted to do a good job, that I wanted to succeed, and it ended up with me having nothing. I truly was a failure now, and nobody could say anything else because I couldn't speak publicly or I'd be threatened with legal action. By this point, my mental health was in a full collapse. Everything was dark, and I felt I had nowhere to go, and that every exit just led to more pain. So while my dad was away, I sat at his kitchen counter.
I'm not crying, you're crying. Oh, God. Oh. Yeah, May 1st. Yeah, exactly. May 1st, have you been watching since the beginning of this? Oh, man, this is so rough. Middle finger is out for Blair? Exactly. You know what? You know what? You know what? You know what? Because I feel like I'm being petty. Hold on. There you go. Nah, no, I won't do it. No, never mind. Yes, middle finger's out for Blair, exactly. Oh, man. No, I know you have Weird Collar Guy. I know you have. I'm sorry, Nintendo Mail. I was looking at Weird Collar Guy's name as I was talking. Hi, Weird Collar Guy. Excuse me, sorry. May 1st, have you been watching since the beginning of this? Hello, Weird Collar Guy. No, I haven't. Sadly, I was in between that discussion, keeping it sane. Yeah, okay, fair. That's fair. Fair. In a nutshell, this guy got screwed over by Illuminaughtii, aka Blair. Big time. Like, and he's... Damn, man, this is hard.
Counter, thinking, reviewing my options, whatever that even means, and I chose that I wanted to. So, as Blair showed, I started to look for a key to a... Now, I'm not religious by any means. I don't have anything against anyone who is, but sometimes things just work in really weird ways. I got a call from my therapist as I was in the closet looking for a key. I had entirely forgotten that we had scheduled an appointment that day. It wasn't really on my mind. Nothing was really on my mind. I just wanted to stop hurting. I answered and she asked me how my day was going, and I told her, oh, not much, I just want to end my life. And again, I don't mean to laugh, but she said, well, how about we just don't do that and talk? Which was just like, it was so crazy. It's just like, I can't even imagine. I mean, like, I guess they're a therapist, they deal with that, but I can't imagine what it's like. How's your Tuesday afternoon going? Oh, you know. But I listened and we did talk. I walked out into my dad's bedroom and I just cried on the phone for about an hour. And throughout it, I'll never forget what she told me. She said, you feared for the worst, you fought your whole life trying to avoid the worst possible outcome, and now the worst possible outcome has happened, and you're alive. You know, I'm still standing here, man. I personally had never thought of it like that. I truly didn't. So after our calls, I was still in a living hell, but the idea had more or less left my mind. And so yeah, I did send Blair that heated message because I was at the end of my rope. So when Blair claimed she sent authorities to my house for a wellness check, she didn't care about me. She put in her own Google Drive that I brought the mention of guns to...
Oh my god. So he mentioned to me something about guns, and so the police are very involved. They told me not to arrange anything unless they are present. Oz Media, Jesus. One of the texts, Illuminaughtii, one of the texts mentioned his dad's gun cabinet, and I told blank and blank, said it doesn't matter why he brought it up. He brought the thoughts of weapons to the table and to protect myself first.
The table, and she was locking the cars away and was scared, leaving out that the weapon in reference was aimed towards me. I know I'm supposed to be professional here, but I believe that that text alone only showed she cared about her narrative of herself being a victim. And by showing text with her therapist, she's trying to claim the Good Samaritan card, which is very contradictory given the tones of the perceived messages that I saw. Also, something I'd like to note is that I wasn't there when Blair called 911 to send authorities to my home, but depending on her wording, it could have gone very wrong. To tell authorities there is a...
Oh my god. Okay. Alright. I have to go to the bathroom real quick again. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're doing okay, We're a collar guy. We're hanging in there. Hope you're okay too. Oh man. Okay. All right. I'll be back in just a minute. I gotta go potty. Oh, man. Hold on, give me 1 second here. Oh, where'd you go? There we go. Okay. I'll put on my hold music. I should just keep it handy for me just in case. But I don't do that because I'm a silly. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I also had to have Baby Huck, go to bed. I'm imagining chicken noises right now. Well, we know why. For those of us who watch Review Tech USA, yes. Voltage Mike, that is called, hold on, you would think I would know this. It's south of the border from Rival Turf. That's the name of it anyway. Let me, hold on. I'll put it in the chat. There you go. You ever want to listen to that, you go right ahead. Okay. Alright. We're almost done, guys, I think. I hope. Oof. We'll get there, I promise. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Where'd it go? Okay. Alright, let's continue.
A mentally unwell man with a weapon that can go so very bad, so very fast. So yeah, after this long, very drawn out explanation of my mental health, yes, I did send Blair that heated message because I was indeed heated. It wasn't a bluff. I had nothing to gain from this. I was at the end of what I could handle as a person. So to share this sensitive moment with the world, I don't understand what the end goal is with it. Now we're on to a bit of a lighter topic because anytime I think of my dog, it brings a massive smile.
Aw, look at the baby. Look at the puppers. That looks like my puppy.
On my face. I love this dog with all of my heart. As we start to near the end of this video, I believe we have only 2 subjects after this. I wanted to touch on the claims made about my dog James and how I cared for this handsome individual. I love this guy, look at him. Blair for some reason brings up an entirely unrelated matter involving my dog James and I. She paints me to be a dismissive, uncaring father to a starving, aggressive, abused dog. This dog right here. This dog who's scared of fucking leaves. So allow me to shed some light. I adopted James back in 2019 from a small shelter in Central Texas. I remember seeing his cage and the information on it said class clown. So naturally, I had to say hello to this guy. Within the first 10 minutes of meeting James, I immediately knew that this guy was gonna be my best friend. He was sweet, he was gentle, he was social, but he's very shy. Another fact about James was he was the dog that the staff would use at the shelter to introduce other dogs to see if they were friendly or not due to James' naturally calm nature. When I moved to Colorado, I did bring dog food. It was just about half a bag though. James's brand of dog food is also specific to a store in Texas known as H-E-B. So I had to find him a new specific kind of dog food as he had a sensitive stomach and switching his dog food would result in messes. But upon arriving to Colorado, Oz and Blair wanted to see if James wanted to try Casper's brand, so we just switched over to that. He loved it, and Casper has been known in the past for making severe messes everywhere due to his very irritable stomach as he is a special needs dog. As for his collar, James did have a collar, but it was old and starting to wear. I went to PetSmart on my second day in Colorado and bought him a brand new dog tag alongside a red plaid collar, a collar which he still wears to this day. I also did not lock Casper in the room to keep James roaming the home. I would put Casper in a separate room sometimes so James could pee, as Casper would bark constantly at the bedroom door which James and I stayed in. Whenever James was out, Casper would gnaw on his ears, which is something Blair did not mention. James did bite Casper. He made Casper bleed. But what Blair left out is that since Casper was a puppy, he has had a bad habit of gnawing on other dogs' ears. This is due to him being around another dog named Percy who exhibits this kind of behavior. And you can see this dog exists on Casper's own YouTube channel. So one day Casper kept chewing and dragging on James, so naturally he snapped back. James only did this because Casper wouldn't stop attacking him. It wasn't the other way around. As for James getting out and pooping downstairs and me not helping clean it up, there's a lot of reasons for this and a lot of context left out. The night James got out and got lost, I made a mistake and forgot he was out there in the backyard. I was in between helping Oz with something downstairs and going back and forth, but James needed to pee, so I tried the multitask. After like 10 minutes, Oz suggested we go grab dinner real quick, and we left for like 2 hours. I personally messed up, and I take full accountability for it happening. I left James out in the backyard. But what pet owner hasn't made a mistake like this once or twice in their life?
I know I have multiple different times. When we first got our dog Pluto, we accidentally would leave him outside on multiple occasions. It's happened like at least once or twice. Maybe even 3. I will even go as far as to say 3. But jeez Louise, man. Yeah, I mean it happens. We all do it with who has dogs. This is my first dog that I've had by myself. I grew up with a dog. I grew up with dogs. I had family dogs, but this is the first dog that I've had, with Mr. Huck and with Baby Huck. And we made so many different mistakes with him and probably still do make mistakes with him. But you know what? He's happy, healthy, and that's all that matters. And he's the biggest baby on earth. And yes, there have been occasions where we have left him outside, whether it was a little chilly outside or whether it was super hot or whether it was warm. Whatever the situation is, maybe we left him outside for a little bit longer than what we should have. It happens. But now, if he did it consistently, like on a regular basis, that would be different. That would be like, okay, maybe you should be thinking about what to do about the pet. Maybe you should take better care of your pet or something along those lines, right? That I get. But Jesus Christ, it's like he's being punished for being a fucking human, man. Telling you. Yeah, exactly. Nintendo Mail, we all make mistakes.
Sometimes someone forgets to close the door or the gate or whatever, and it happens. It's a story as old as time. It doesn't mean you don't care about the dog, it just means an accident happened. What Blair again also doesn't mention is that the backyard had a large patio area that Casper would take naps in, and sometimes James when they all chilled out together. The backyard was also fenced in. Blair leaves out that the way James got out was because a fence wire broke loose, undoing some of the fencing along a post, allowing a small entryway into the neighborhood. Had this not come undone, James would be sitting on the dog beds waiting, which again, James being outside is my fault, but the fence failing is just human error. Blair talks about putting James on the next door app, which despite my reservations against Blair, this was a good act. But again, what she leaves out is she didn't get a call about James. I did. After James had run away, I searched for hours well into the early morning hours looking for him, and when I couldn't find him, Oz gave me a sleeping bag. The very same sleeping bag you can see in this photo in the BMW. I slept outside in 40-degree weather just for the smallest chance that he would catch my scent. Like, I was grasping at straws here, hoping that I could just find my dog on top of everything else happening. And I believe somewhere between 7 to 9 a.m., somewhere in that time frame, I got a call on my phone that James had been found not far from the house. I immediately got up, exhausted as hell, and I went and I picked him up. If Blair got a message on the Nextdoor app, I don't know how when I was the one who went and picked him up. So after bringing him back to the house, I brought him to my bedroom where I passed out. However, to my discovery, James had eaten something as dogs do when they get out, and he was shitting everywhere in my room. So I got up and I started cleaning. I put James outside the room while I cleaned it, and after I did, I brought him back in, and yet again, I fell asleep. I was beyond exhausted at this point. What I didn't know was that James had run downstairs when I put him out, and he everywhere downstairs as well. So when Blair claims I just let my dog use the restroom and did nothing to clean it up, I just didn't know he had used the bathroom downstairs. And at this point, I was already dead asleep. No, this wasn't malicious, and it was just a sincere accident, which seems hypocritical of Blair, who owns a special needs dog who suffered worse for way.
This goes way beyond sad milk. I care about you, man. I can't even say how sorry I am for all of this. This is pretty much as bad as things could get. And James being sick breaks my heart. Casper is sick all the time, and there's nothing more stressful than your best friend being sick and not being able to even talk to you to tell you how to help. Nothing feels okay anymore. Nothing.
longer. Blair claims that I did not assist with a mess located in the lower level of your home, as well as a staircase leading to said lower level of the home. What was your experience with the situation as the owner of this home?
Like, no shade to you, and like, you know, of course, but like no one like recounts the situation properly, because you weren't sleeping. I'm surprised that you even made that mention. You were actually like very well awake and already cleaning the mess up when we had actually got upstairs. What had happened was, woke up that morning, came out from the basement, and there was like, you know, a trail of dog mess is the best way to put it, kind of like just leading all over the downstairs. It went up and down the stairs, and you know, Blair and I, of course, we weren't happy to see that initially, but when we had gone upstairs, you were already cleaning up the mess. Blair had to leave the house, and that left you and I with cleaning it, because you and I, we were actively cleaning it up. We were both taking turns using the pet vacuum. I was covering the downstairs and you were covering the upstairs. It's not like you just slept through it either. You were actively cleaning.
I'd also like to add that I did mediate between Casper and James a lot of time. When Casper and James would constantly be going at each other, usually not aggressively, they're just being dogs, I would calm them down using dog CBD oil. Yeah, you know, they were having a great time with that. So anytime they were getting rowdy, I'd bring them into my bedroom, give them dog CBD, and we would watch videos of this guy who raises hawks until they fell asleep. I would have James on one side.
That's a hell of a video to put your dogs to sleep. I mean, hey, whatever works, works.
They would have Casper on the other, and they would just be cozy, relaxing, so they could be introduced to one another. We took numerous naps together. We hung out all the time. There are so many times I mediated between this dog, so to say I tried to do nothing, it's just not true. As for saying James had no toys, James did have toys. It's just when he'd play with them, he'd annihilate them within an hour, and he still has toys to this day. My boyfriend and I just got him a snuffle mat last week, and while yes, this is extremely biased for me to bring up because yes, this is my boyfriend, you can find a Twitter thread listed down below of their experience with James and I after living with me for 6 months. I'd like to add, I did not ask them to write this, as honestly that'd be pretty messed up, especially given the circumstances. They took to Twitter via my phone after I went offline. But aside from that, here are some images of me and the big guy. Yep, he looks absolutely miserable, doesn't he? Alright, at last we have reached the last discussion of this video, and this is probably just gonna go by rather quickly. When I took to Twitter in my initial thread, I posted a photo that shows the disaster of a room. When Blair saw this, she had a pretty convincing switch around for this image. She claimed I went into a room that was being used for storage after they moved into their home, and that I was told to not go into this room ever, yet here I was clear as day posting a photo to Twitter of a clearly off-limits room that I used to embarrass Oz and Blair, and that shows my clear lack of respect towards others and their privacy.
This was a room that we told you we were using to move, and we let you know it was off limits to you. That photo alone shows your consistent lack of respect for Oz's and my boundaries.
She goes as far to even do an image breakdown analysis of the room itself to prove this image, which I found peculiar watching this for the first time, because if she took this much effort to analyze the image,
Oh, look at the puppers.
I don't understand how she didn't notice that the bed on the bottom left was not perfect.
Look at that room. Look at this. Look at that. That, oh my God, my OCD, ADHD, ADD, all of it. All of the things. It's just mom instinct, everything. Look at that. Look at this. Like, my mother would put up that to calm the dogs down. Oh, really? I didn't know that that was an actual thing. Huh, okay. Dude, my mom almost poisoned my dog. She was killing roaches with raid spray and spraying some in the dog food. My mom did save her, but I can't believe how negligent she was. Oh, that sucks, May 1st. Oh, that's terrible. I would... Nintendo Mail... I do have a child, and let me tell you, if she left her room like that, we would be having to come to Jesus, like legit. No, that's Still better than my in-laws' house? Ooh, really? Oh, Battle Puppet, that sucks. But still, look at this. Look at it.
Purchased until 2022, a year after I left Colorado. How do I know this? Because I didn't take these photos. Oz did. And I held back out of respect for my friend.
Look at that. Look at this. Just this alone right here. This. Look. Bleh. Look at that trash can. Bleh. Oh, that's so gross. Look at this. Oh my god.
If you look here, you will see that I actually never set foot in that room. These are the living conditions of Oz Media's home after Blair moved back in. Conditions he was embarrassed by. Boxes, trash, cups of mold, all sent to me again 2 years after I left Colorado. And this is my proof that once more, I never set foot in that room, nor did I have malicious intent when I lived there. Blair embarrassed Oz, not me. In the video, I touch on an image I shared to Twitter involving the living conditions of your home while Blair was an active tenant. She claims these conditions were due to her being in the process of a move and that I took these images with intent to embarrass the both of you. Would you be, in your own words, willing to shed light on these claims?
This is tricky to talk about just because like that was like the condition of living with Blair. Like that's always how it has been. No matter how many times cleaning was attempted, it always ended up becoming that level of mess. There was no cleaning in that house. It was always a disaster. No matter how many times attempts were made, it would take less than a week or two for things to re-messify. I even remember on my 22nd birthday, I had asked like, hey, can we please get like the kitchen and living room cleaned up so we actually have like a space to exist? And that was like my birthday present for that year, was cleaning the kitchen and the living room. Just because the house was always a mess. Yeah, some of it was mine as well, but the thing was there was never a home for, like right now the house is actually, house is pretty clean right now. I can show pictures of.
Look at that. Look how much of a difference that is. Look at that beautiful ass home. Look how much of a difference that is. Look at that. That's a gorgeous looking house. Look at that kitchen and the rooms. Look at that. Why? And to ask for a clean rooms, plural, for a birthday present or as a birthday present, what does that tell you? Just wow. Wow. As a parent myself, I feel that. Yes, Battle Puppet. Yes. Yes. 100%. So sad. Oh, so gross too.
Of that, but there was no clean. It was always like that. It wasn't just one room, it was every room. And I remember when I was messaging you, there was just a level of frustration because it felt like no matter how often I would actually clean and do stuff, it just always like remessified. There was no cleaning. It just felt useless, and she would never help with cleaning. It was always me. I was always the one breaking down all 800 of her Amazon boxes. I was always the one doing anything cleaning wise. It just felt like I was there to clean up her mess.
I'd also like to note that you didn't ask me to post those photos, and I on my own accord took to Twitter, so you can confirm that I never once was in there or took that photo. Well, I guess you can't confirm that I wasn't in that room, but can you confirm that I was not the person who took this photo?
For starters, the mess that I took the photo of wasn't even the same mess that existed in that room when you lived there. It was a very different mess. Just with everything that happened, the mess, it did get cleaned up, then it remessified. So like that wasn't even the same mess. It was me who took that photo because I was trying to both, for my sanity, catalog what the house looked like before I started cleaning, as well as just for my sake, just like have proof that this was the case.
Which leads me to my final discussion.
Wow. Wow. Oh my god. Blair is such a fucking monster. Absolutely. On this episode of Hoarders, before and after, we see what a schizomaniac does to as a dollar store landlord. My mom is a hoarder. The house is always disgusting. It used to be worse. We used to not clean the dog piss off the carpet. Oh, May 1st. Oh, no. Oh God. Oh. Bleh. Oh God. It's so gross. Oh man. Imagine having a house that was so messy so often it makes the gorilla's plastic beach look like something Mr. Clean would be okay with. Holy shit, dude. Oh man. Okay, we're almost done with this, I promise. We're almost done. We got like 5 minutes left. We're almost done.
Oz and I used to be fairly close before Colorado. After the events that took place, we had officially turned against each other, and I didn't understand why he and Blair did what they did, because for 2 years I believed it was both of their doing as to why I went through what I did. I never thought I would hear about Colorado and that what happened would ever be rectified. However, one morning as I was getting ready for work, I received this message from Oz Media in the early hours of 2:35 a.m., January 6, 2023.
Oh, hold on, let me go back. Hold on. Okay. I'm sorry for everything. A year and a half too late, I know. I'm next, apparently, and I'm sorry. Just for everything, man, I should have seen it. I should have seen the blank writing on the wall, but I ignored it in hopes that I was wrong. I saw you unblocked me. I hope deep down that you knew this might happen and gave me a door to open. I might be wrong, but please... I'm assuming he said fucked up. If you would ever listen to me and hear me out, I would thank the world. I was an idiot. Man, Blair played me and I fucking fell for it. Oh my God.
2023. I was highly skeptical, which I made note of, but I listened, and as we began to talk once again, we started to connect the dots and find so much context that had been left out between us. I was still very much on edge with my trust, but over the last
I'm off to bed. Night, everyone. Have a great stream. Also, Blair, she can make her home in the skip. She's halfway there. Skip is British for essentially the dumpster. Oh, okay. Well, good night, Battle Puppet. Take care. To be honest, there's one thing I can say. My roommate wouldn't clean their dog shit. Oh, God. I can't even imagine. I can't even stand a sink full of dishes for more than 5 minutes, let alone an entire house being covered in trash, clothes, and junk. Jesus, what the fuck is wrong with Blair? Exactly, Pidgey. Blair's house is a perfect representation of her. 100%. Mr. Gamer, 100%.
few months, Oz has made countless efforts to prove not only to me, but to every other former Sad Milk member that he truly was sorry for the role he played in anything that took place. It shows a tremendous amount of strength, and Oz will always have my respect as a person for what he has done. I don't blame him for his role. He was in an abusive situation and had every reason to fear Blair. I feared her too for a very long time. For over a year, I watched one of my best friends slowly wither and question everything in his work ethic for his beloved channel fade away. After everything came out, I now understand why this was the case. So to watch tears flow from Blair for 3 minutes after knowing what will always...
Alright, good night, Spectre. Love you too, dude. Good night. This is almost done, I promise.
Remain behind closed doors between those two, it personally sickens me. At the end of Blair's video, she has what appears to be a heartfelt cry regarding your friendship. This section is roughly 3 minutes. She goes into detail about you, Casper, better times, and involves hobbies, etc. Would you like to share your thoughts on what you felt or thought when you first saw
Look
this?
at Oz's face.
There's not really a nice way that I can actually say this. I've watched her build those tears up on multiple occasions, whether it's she forgot she had a prior engagement, so she built up tears and said, I have to take Casper to the vet and I'm very scared so I won't be able to make it, or for talking to other content creators that she's had issues with of welling up those tears for apologies, for talking with employees, for talking with me or her roommates. It's something something that I have watched her do on numerous occasions. If they were genuine, I mean, there's that, but I have a really hard time believing it with how many times I've actually seen her build those tears up. And considering when I did post my thread on Twitter and I did make the comments that I made, the tone that she had like in messages was night and day. What I'm trying to say is that, the tone that she had in the end of her video was not the tone that she had with me behind the scenes. The tone that she had with me behind the scenes was very much accusing. A few vague threats were thrown in there, which I don't want to go into details on because I just, for me personally, with how I see all of this, I don't want to make a response video. This might hopefully be where my response is within the confines of your response, just because I would like to keep this, I don't want to drag out Blair and I's personal life is the best way of putting it. I would rather try to keep that as like private as I possibly can, because there's a lot of things I don't think I don't think is necessary to talk about.
I've seen and heard what this individual has
Just listen to how he was talking about that. And how he's just done. Like, legit. It's, oh, God.
has put this man through, and it is simply unfair to have included this section in the video. I can only hope that from here on out, Oz can find the peace and passion for not only his work, but the life he so rightfully deserves. I'd like to say one more time, thank you for everything you made right, Oz. You are generally a really good guy. So, we've reached the end of this video, and if you made it through to the end, I appreciate your patience, as I'm aware this was probably very lengthy. I hope that what I was able to provide today brought some context and clarity for anyone who wanted to know the full scope and both sides of the story that was presented online over the last few weeks. I'm not going to tell you how to view what I've said here. I'm not going to tell you how to view me. I'm not going to tell you how to view any of this story. That is not my place. That is entirely up to you to decide how you feel. Before I leave, I just want to say thank you to every single person who has been supportive and reached out to me with kind words and support over the last week. I'd like to personally thank my boyfriend who has helped me keep my head on straight for this entire ordeal, as I know this has also been extremely hard on them to deal with as well. So if you already can't tell, I'm exhausted. It's 5:41 in the morning. I haven't been able to sleep in roughly a week. I just want to take some time to relax, take just a little bit of a break from content, and just spend time, I don't know, just doing any semblance of life. I want to spend time with my boyfriend, or go outside, or just anything that isn't this. I just want peace and to enjoy my life. So now I'm gonna go take a hot bath and pass the out, probably get some good sleep for the first time in a week.
Wow. Oh, man. We did it, guys. We did it. I have bared witness. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. When I didn't take my meds, I would have an anxiety attack where I couldn't stop laughing. I almost died hyperventilating. Oh, May 1st. Oh, god damn, dude. I hope you're okay. I can't even imagine. I don't blame him either, Pidgey. I don't. I have bared witness to more than my fair share of content creators who self-destruct their career over abhorrent behavior, predatory included, but this is one of the worst. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, man. Well, we did it, guys. We did it. So that's part one. That's part one. That's the first one. Jesus Christ. So there's his YouTube. There's a video for it. Let me see if I can pull up his Twitter. Give me a second. Move you beautiful people over here. Let's go here. Alright. Let me pull up his Twitter, because I gotta pull up Twitter anyway. So, let's see. Here we go. Hold on, give me 1 second. Where'd it go? Oh. No. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is his Twitter. Go follow him on Twitter. Show this man some love. There you go. That's his Twitter. We survived the purge. Yeah, exactly. Link his GoFundMe. I'll have to find that. If anybody can find that for me, I'd appreciate it. Go ahead and post it in the chat. I want to get to the breaking news part. Okay. All right, so let me pull this up real quick. This won't be long, I promise. We're almost done. I promise. I thank you guys all for sticking with me. And I know that those that had to go to bed, I get it. I need to go to bed too. Give me a second here. Okay. So, Abby Blackbird posted this about an hour ago. For those of you who do not know what's going on with this. So who knows in this chat who Niece Lone Wolf is? If you don't know, then that's okay. Okay, so she is a woman who I guess is a content creator, or I'm not sure honestly who she is. But she's a woman that has been making her rounds on Twitter. I don't want to say attacking, but she's been giving her criticisms, if you will, on certain people within the community. Okay? She's been around for a couple months. I've seen her off and on a couple months, right? At one point, about a month or two ago, maybe a little bit longer or shorter than that, she went after Spectre and called him a simp. And now, in her clutches, is Xylee. For whatever reason, Xylee is on her radar. I have no idea why. She doesn't even know why. Xylee has not spoken about this woman. And I don't know how like that I know of and that I've seen. For whatever reason, this woman right here has Xylee in her grasp. I have no idea why. Well, Not Recording did their stream last night, their live stream last night, and they talked about her. And they brought up a video that she posted going off on a woman named Paula. Okay? I'll link that isn't that, oh no, it's public. Okay, never mind. Sorry. I was thinking it was members only for some reason. So they posted a video, or they were going over a video that she had posted about her going off on a woman named Paula. This Niece Lone Wolf, not Xylee, right? And and Matt Pitt, being Matt Pitt, offered for her to come on Now Recording and for her to talk about her grievances that she has within the community and whatever grievances that she has with Xylee. Okay? I guess in this instance, right? So Abby posted about an hour ago, oh my god, Niece is going on Now Recording. Okay? And she flipped out, and everyone was just like, excuse me, what? Like, a whole bunch of people commented on this, okay? Even, like, well, at least 9 people so far. But then again, she posted about an hour ago, so it is kind of late, so I'm sure that it'll blow up again tomorrow. But she posted this about an hour ago, and you know, it's like, what? Like, what happened? And then she posted this video. This is an apology that she made to Toxic. To Toxic Piplup. Now, I haven't listened to this, so I don't know what she says in this. So I'm giving you fair warning that I don't know what this is about. I haven't heard this yet, but it's about, what is it, a minute 43, 53? So bear that in mind when we play this, because I have no idea what she's going to say in this. Okay? Hold on, let me go back.
Just want to make a quick video to publicly apologize to Toxic. Toxic was joking around on Twitter. I've had a rough 24 hours thanks to Xylee, and I took it out on him. I shouldn't have done that. It's not his fault. He was just mucking around. I get it. I do the same thing. It's just, yeah, I should not have done that. And I've got offline stuff going on. I have health issues happening, and I'm trying to get them sorted, and I'm getting mucked around with it. Welcome to the Australian healthcare system. So, yeah, that's frustrating me. And then I've got this Xylee shit, and then Toxic was mucking about, and I took it personally, and I totally shouldn't have done that. Toxic, I'm so sorry. So very, very sorry. Oh, God, why am I crying? Shut up. Anyhow. Okay. I actually think you're cool, Toxic. You know, I'm now recording. You make me giggle. Just, you were saying the most blunt stuff that I would probably say. But, still recording. Is that your show? I'm very wanted at the moment, Toxic. I'm going to come on now recording, so I'll chat to you on air, because I want to chat to my fellow New South Welshman, Mitch. Mitch and I are from the same state in Australia, because he's on the north coast and I'm, yeah. Anyhow, I'm rambling. 4 hours fucking sleep, not cool. All right, man. All right. Like I said, I'm extremely sorry. Will not happen again, I promise.
So she makes this video, right? Now, it's like, oh, okay, like, what is the purpose of this, right? Well, I guess I saw earlier that Toxic had asked Matt if she could unblock him, because I guess she blocked him automatically for whatever reason. She blocked so many dang people. You know, and I guess that's where this apology video came from. It has to have been, is what I'm thinking. So, if you're wondering why she has Xylee in her clutches for whatever reason, it's because she blames her for other crap that's going on. Let me pull her up. Hold on. She strikes me. She better not, but hold on. Let me see if I can find this. Where is she? No. Ah, there she is. Niece Lone Wolf. That's her name, right? So she's... let me make sure I got that right. Okay, cool. So she is on a rampage about Xylee for whatever reason, and I have, like, again, no idea why. It kind of started last night, like sometime during our recording stream, or maybe sometime after, early this morning, I'm not sure. But she's Australian, so of course that's, you know, she's in a different time zone. So it very well could have been earlier this morning, I'm not sure. But she's blaming Xylee for a video that I guess she posted being shadow banned, right? This is her message that she posted. Are you guys seeing this? Like, this is what she said. I'm assuming this is her Twitter. I'm not sure. But it says, the message to Xylee gets real flying monkeys. She's blaming Xylee's flying monkeys on her getting harassed or whatever. Harassing and annoying me will not incentive me to give your puppet mistress what she wants. The more you harass me and annoy me, the more I take my time. I won't go on streams, nothing. I will do nothing she demands of me. You're not helping her. The more you dumb arses whinge about me turning off mentions and blocking you, the more I do it. So rage, seethe, cope, and cry more that I don't care about you and platform your Xylee feels. I literally don't care because I don't know any of you and don't want to. I do things on my time, not Xylee's time. Shoo flying monkeys. And there's a picture of the flying monkeys from The Wizard of Oz. Right? Then she claims this. Since my Mine's post got taken down, new video on Odyssey. So she posted this video on Odyssey, I guess. So let's see if I can find it. I don't know. Hold on, give me a second. Let me see if I can click on it. So if I go on Odyssey, I don't see anything from her. Maybe I need to search. But yeah. So she apparently posted a video on Odyssey. If anybody... Oh, here we go. Aha! Here it is. Here it is. This is the video that she posted on Odyssey. It's 16 minutes? Holy shit.
Because of you, I've gotten 4 hours fucking sleep. And you have been running your fucking mouth on Twitter about me. I'm about to show people why you are the biggest pathological lying hypocrite in the commentary community. And why they need to walk the fuck away from you. So let's have a look. Yep.
I haven't seen this yet, so I have no idea what she's getting ready to show.
It's down here. I had it up and then I got rid of it. Because I was trying to work my camera out.
Oh, do I? Okay. Put it on 2 times speed? Okay. Hi, Victor!
I was prepared. I've had 4 hours sleep. Forgive me.
What is she doing?
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, here we go.
What is she pulling up?
This is you, right, Xylee? Yeah?
Someone check on niece, y'all. I don't... Oh!
This is you, right? Running your mouth about me on Twitter.
Okay, so she... Hold on. Let me see if I can maximize this. Hold on.
The person who was so...
Okay, so... So Xylee posted this on Twitter. She quote tweeted her, and I remember
Anti-brigading.
this.
Oh, you are so anti-brigading, aren't you, Xylee? Very anti-brigading.
All she did was quote tweet her from a tweet that she put out 2 days ago that says, as Ellie gets real, attack people yourself, you nappy-haired, insecure, low IQ, loudmouth, blah, 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 blah. Quit sending people in your Discord to attack people on Twitter, you absolute fake arse coward. Female Edwin. She called her female Edwin, of all things, right? So, I guess that this is where this is coming from. Yeah, this is where this is coming from.
Yeah?
That tweet was hilarious.
This is also you, right? Making a video about being brigaded by the S&T. Right, Xylee? Right, Xylee? I want this to get through people who watch this video head. This is the person who made a video because she got brigaded. And this is Xylee tweeting this so my Twitter accounts would be brigaded by her flying monkeys. Now, the screenshot's very faded. Thanks, Matt Pitt. Matt, learn to take screenshots properly, man. See what I'm using here, Matt? It's called Screen Recorder. It's really good for screenshots. Okay.
Oh my god.
Maybe this troglodyte cunt.
Oh my god.
I'll have to delete that later. It's fine. Won't matter after I get the video up. So this is what I said. Xylee gets real.
Yeah.
I think attack people yourself, yeah?
Attack people yourself, you nappy-haired, insecure, low IQ, loudmouth. Nah. Quit sending people in your Discord to attack people on Twitter, you absolute fake arse, nappy-haired coward. Yeah, that was it. Oh my god.
You nappy-head, insecure, low IQ, loudmouth cunt. I still think you are all of that. Quit sending people in your Discord to attack people on Twitter, like you did last night. You pathological, nappy-head, hypocritical, evil fucking cunt. Like I said, female Edwin. Because Edwin does the same thing to Igo.
Oh, she's I will so she mentions Aiko in that, right? Well, she has been in Aiko's chat when Aiko, however you say your name, I think it's Aiko, has been covering Edwin. And she's been on Aiko's side and reporting everything going on with Edwin because, you know, I guess that's how she feels. And again, she's not wrong in that aspect. I mean, she totally is in her right to feel how she feels, but she's not wrong in her being on Aiko's side. But I don't understand. I don't get it. Quote tweeting is not brigading. What the hell is this waterhead saying? Exactly. Bro got triggered by a quote tweet. Her skin is thinner than a strand of cotton candy. Ha ha! Yes, Pidgey. Peepaw quote tweeted me a few days ago, and I'm gonna report him for brigading. Really? Yeah, I know exactly. Aiko, thank you, Top Tomato. Yes, maybe she should stop acting like a female Edwin if she doesn't want to be called a female Edwin. Like she's. This woman is nuts.
Literally become. No, actually, you've always been the monster. Tolkien taught you to be that way, didn't he, Xylee? Didn't he, Xylee? Oh, I don't like that.
I'm just curious to see what else she pulls up.
Yeah, yes I do. Now, Xylee, why would you want my Twitter account's brigaded unless I've seen you do that shit before?
Oh my god.
There's people on Twitter who are following me now have witnessed you doing that on behalf of other people in real time before. Xylee.
Okay, we don't need to watch the whole thing, but you get the hint, right? It's just a bunch. She's crazy. Yes, she's absolutely insane. So, Matt Pitt reached out to her yesterday. Let me see. Hold on, let me pull him up. Excuse me. Oh, he is talking about the Colleen stuff. Oh, here we go. he, he posted this, I think sometime last night or earlier this morning. God damn it, Matt. Dear niece Wolf, I'm sorry for my sins and transgressions, but please don't take this out on Toxic Piplup. He wasn't involved and would like to invite you on the Not Recording spinoff podcast, Still Recording. And this is Toxic Piplup's tweet. Matt, since she blocked me, could you please ask if she would still come on Still Recording? So apparently, after all this, she's going on Now Recording. Supposedly. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, that was my breaking news. Was that all that happening? Yeah. Just... So we'll see what happens with that, I guess. I don't know. This woman is crazy. So, yeah. I just thought that was funny, and I thought that I'd share. So, I was kind of hoping that Spectre would still be in here so he could see it, but I'll show him tomorrow. It's okay. Yeah, it's about a little after 1:30 in the morning here, so I need to get to bed. But thank you guys all for coming out here tonight. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for dealing with the technical issues as well, too. I'm so sorry about that. I gotta get that looked into and figure out what the hell was going on. So, what I'm thinking that we may do, any person, her messenger, she sparks the fuck out. Let her mention me. I don't care. I don't care. She's funny. In my personal opinion, she's funny. But anyway, she's funny in the way that she's acting. Good Lord. So, I'm not even going to do the ending stream or do an ending song or anything. I'm just going to go ahead and head out. But thank you guys for coming out. I do appreciate it. I'm going to shoot for another Sunday night stream. We will go over part 2. Part 2 will be the clicks video on Illuminaughtii. And then I don't think Oz has released anything besides Twitter stuff. I'll have to double check and look, but we will for sure go over Oz's video Sunday night, and then we will go from there. I'm going to try my very, very best to do a stream before I leave. I am leaving next Friday for Colorado. So I'm hoping that I can get at least a stream in beforehand. If not, we'll see what happens, but we'll see. But anyway, so thank you guys for all coming out. I do appreciate it. You guys have a good night, and we will see you again soon. Bye.